Okay, I think we're ready. To get started. So, welcome to the City Council meeting. Thank you for being here this evening. And you know what? Deb Curry is with us. And Deb, I so appreciate you. She's representing Eagle Christian Church, and she's going to open us in prayer. It's good to see you, and thank you.
Thank you. It's good to see you all. My father began his prayers, every prayer. Didn't matter if it was personal devotions or at the dinner table or in front of the church or even at the State House. He always started it the same way. Two characteristics of God that I feel like I need to cultivate a lot, and probably all of us could benefit from too. So that's how I will start tonight. Let's pray. Our kind and loving Heavenly Father, we are so thankful to be in this country. We are so thankful to be in Nampa. It is a great place to live. And we know that your hand is on it. Your hand is on those who live here, who have settled here and want to share in community in ways that are uplifting and positive. Father, we thank you for the many people who work at the city, the jobs that they do and their consistency and their faithfulness. Lord, I just pray that you will bless them as they go about their duties, because they're not always easy. Sometimes they have to deal with the public, and that's not always an easy thing to do. Father, we pray too for those who lead the city, each member of the council, for the mayor. I just pray your protection over them. I pray your wisdom for them, and just give them courage in making decisions that are maybe sometimes not popular, but Father, are wise. And I ask that you would just bless them in their efforts. Please be in this meeting tonight and just guide in what goes on, in the things that are said, in the ideas that are brought forth, in every decision that's made. May it be something that's in keeping with your character. In the name of our Lord Jesus Christ, amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, justice for all.
Deb, thank you so much for opening us in prayer, and thank you for your amazing contribution to our community. Thank you. Let's start with roll call.
Rodriguez.
Here.
Bruner.
Here.
Chingula.
Here.
Reynolds.
Here.
Haverfield.
Here.
Bauer.
Here.
All present.
So we do have one proposed amendment to the agenda that I'm aware of, and that is item 9.2 is being removed. This is the first reading of ordinance, ANN 00227-2021. It's at 0 and 16989 Madison Road. So that is being pulled off of that section of unfinished business. I'm not aware of any other proposed amendments. Council, do you have any proposed, or are you aware of any amendments to the agenda? Okay, seeing none, I would stand for a motion to accept the agenda with its proposed amendment.
So moved.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
I will abstain.
You'll abstain? Okay, thank you, thank you. Okay, the next one would be to adopt the agenda as did I need to vote on both of those? Or is that one fine? A vote on both of them? Okay. So I'd stand for a motion to approve the agenda as stated
No,
at
I'm
this.
sorry, the consent agenda.
So I don't need to vote this adoption of the agenda, that was it, right?
Correct.
Thank you.
Yes.
You would think I would know that by now. I have to say, when I sit in two different meetings and chair two different meetings and they're run differently, man, I have to get my head into this one. So It's Monday. So the consent agenda. Council, I would stand for a motion to accept the consent agenda as stated unless you have something that you would like to move or remove. And Councilman Haverfield is.
I'll abstain.
Thank you. Okay,
So moved.
Second.
the consent agenda, it's been moved to approve it and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Okay. We have 4 proclamations this evening. It's a busy month. It usually is a busy month because it's a month that we have quite a bit going on. But our first proclamation is 2C Kids Week. And Jean, it's so awesome to have you here. I think we're going to start with a video. Is that correct? Are you going to introduce it? Okay.
Mayor, Council, thank you for having us here this evening. There's a proclamation for 2C Kids Hope Week next week, but we want to play this video because this is the why behind the what, and then we'll give you a little info on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Being a teenager has definitely had a lot of difficulties.
It's pretty hard. There's a lot of pressure on you.
There's a lot of stress for sure.
Ser un adolescente en estos días es algo distinto.
Because I got to figure out who I am, where do I go from here. So it feels like you're always like hustling.
Definitely going to high school, colleges.
I wouldn't say, it's the worst thing. Definitely it's not the easiest.
I feel like we have a lot of expectations to be really perfect. It's overwhelming, kind of.
It's scary, just a lot of emotions at once.
It's a lot like a roller coaster. There's lots of really good things about it, but then every once in a while, it's really hard. Everybody's on you about grades, about sports. Some parents don't understand how much stress it actually is.
Expectations set by family members. Sometimes impossible to meet, but they expect you to meet them no matter what.
Adolescentes saben más como de las tecnologías que los padres.
Just like this pressure that there's always somebody watching.
There's social media. You feel you have to be connected with so many other people and keep people updated on your life.
Los niños sienten que no pueden ir a sus padres o a unos adultos porque sienten que no los van a entender.
This generation is so exposed to things now, like vaping, smoking, alcohol.
Being a teenager in COVID was disappointing.
COVID and doing online school, it wasn't fun.
Since 2020, whether it be academically or just mentally, physically, just this feeling of we feel burnt out.
What I wish you knew is that it's not the same as when you were kids. I wish they knew that it was hard. It's a lot of pressure to be a teenager. And we're able to mask a lot of the challenges behind closed doors.
I wish they knew to give you a break whenever you say you need it. I wish you knew like we are struggling, like we do need help. If I want the help, we need to sit down and talk.
Yo deseo que los adultos sepan que a los adolescentes también tienen problemas y que necesitan a alguien que los comprenda.
If you knew me, I would love to have a hug or saying, hey, are you okay?
I wish you knew everything feels overwhelming.
I wish you knew that we're not exactly little kids anymore, but we're not exactly adults.
I wish parents knew that communication is key.
What I wish you knew about being a teenager is that it's very noisy. If you want to make a sound, you want your voice to be heard, it's going to be drowned out by millions of other people who have the same exact platform as you do. I wish you knew that sometimes the best way to comfort me is just sit by me and watch a movie with me in silence.
Thank you. Those are our kids. Those are Nampa kids. Those are Marston kids. Those are Notice kids, Meridian Charter. And what we want to do, Mitch, get up here. We want to make sure that our community rallies, that we don't just show a video. What's it like being a kid? But we actually do. And you heard the kids say pretty simple things. We just need you to sit with us. We need you to let us know that you care. So we're going to ask you to lean in with us next week And just real quickly, Morgan was in the video. She goes to Union High School. My daughter, Callan, I know you guys know her. She goes to Victory Charter. And then these kids right here are all from Marsing. Cindy is the nurse in Marsing, and they're doing their version of Hope Week this week. I just learned from her, 7 of her 9 children are adopted. So all these littles are adopted. And she said ACEs are real, which is what the proclamation was about tonight. So this woman, who also is a nurse and takes care of kids all day, has leaned in and given all of these littles a home. And they're all in Marsing. So God bless you, Cindy. Literally, like, I adore you way more than I did before I just found that out. It's just amazing. We need more Cindys in this world. So Mitch from the Chamber, you guys know him, we're all working together for Hope Week. Morgan and Cal, do you guys want to give them their stuff? And we would like you to get as involved as possible. We're going to chalk the walk on either Easter Sunday or on Monday. While the kids are in school, they can come out and see their sidewalks all chalked with messages of hope. Mitch is working with businesses right now. We want every business reader in town that we possibly can to say what your band is going to say. Hope is a superpower. It is. It takes a village to raise a child. It takes a community to save one, and we're committed to saving each and every child in our community. The kids chose the color. They wanted purple and blue. And I think it feels inspiring. You're also going to get capes. They have not arrived yet, but we're going to ask you all to don a cape. Yes, that means you too, Senator Lakey, with the governor. They will say hope is a superpower, and we want to stand in the void for our kids where maybe they don't have somebody standing for them. We want to stand with them, so we ask you to come out on Friday as well and do high fives. It means the world. Mayor's going to be out at Valley View this time, and we have kids, Middleton, Marsing, all in Nampa, all of Caldwell, we're all participating. So the flyer will give you the details, and we'd love to see you all out there. Councilman Bruner already assured me he's out at West Middle. Councilman Haverfield, I expect you to be out with me to school. I will call you. Jacob, I know you start clinic early, however, it's at 7. Skyview. Skyview, all you?
Where will you be?
I go to the ones where nobody goes, so. We don't do the elementaries because the big people scare them. So we let them do the littles. Union High School is an awesome one where Morgan goes. Any of you, 7 to 7:45, and the smiles on the kids' faces, they even told us, it's so dumb, but we still love it. That's what they told us. So,
What day?
Friday. Not this Friday, but the following. So we want to give you a week to plan. And then we really want to focus on being super on social. How do we really create messages of positivity and hope during that week? So post some things, really awesome messages. The mayor always does videos, and the chamber has been instrumental in helping to support this as usual. I know you've got a lot of businesses involved. Our police department, fire department, Canyon County paramedics, they all get involved. So thank you for committing to our kids. Thank you for supporting all of these littles. Can you guys all say hi to the mayor and city council? Hi. They're pretty amazing. So thank you, and I know we were going to have the proclamation, but maybe we can get that from you and we'll post that, but I thought it was really important for you guys to hear from the kids, hear their words. So.
Well, that video was amazing. You guys did a great job, And just really, I can say this, do you want me to read the proclamation?
If you have time.
Okay, we'll read it.
Come on up then. You guys can listen. 'Cause she's
Real
reading it
quickly.
to you.
So whereas we desire to be a safe and healthy community where people prosper, and whereas our community has shared value for the well-being and support of our children, and whereas adverse childhood experiences, or ACEs, such as abuse, neglect, household dysfunction, or other events that cause trauma in children can have lifelong impacts on individuals and communities. And whereas research has shown that positive childhood experiences can help protect against the poor health and social outcomes associated with ACEs. A safe and stable and nurturing environment and a connection to a consistent and trusted adult are critical protective factors. And whereas banding together for our kids will help reinforce the message that they matter and are loved. And whereas community members and local partners are working together to build healthy and resilient communities where kids and families thrive. Now, therefore, I, Debbie Kling, hereby proclaim April 10th through the 14th to be 2C Kids Week in Nampa, Idaho, and across Canyon County, right? Where we will demonstrate and celebrate hope and resilience. Thank you so much for leading on this and for making such a difference. Thank you.
Can we, Holly, take a picture of Morgan? Or
Thank you, Jean. So our next two proclamations are actually sexual assault awareness is our first one. And I'm going to read through this very quickly. And then is someone going to come forward on this one? Or yes. Okay, go ahead and come forward as I talk. And I actually read this earlier today at Elevate Academy where we were talking about the various awareness that we have both on child abuse and sexual assault. So the month of April is Sexual Assault Awareness Month, and it provides an excellent opportunity for citizens to learn more about preventing sexual violence before it can start and to show support for the Nampa Family Justice Center, which promotes safety, self-sufficiency, hope, and healing to survivors of abuse, and the other numerous organizations and individuals that provide critical advocacy services and assistance to sexual assault survivors. And whereas the City of Nampa acknowledges sexual assault affects women, children, and men of all racial, cultural, and economic backgrounds, and holds that all persons have great intrinsic value and are worthy of hope, healing, and support available to all people. Whereas in addition to the immediate physical and emotional costs, sexual assault may also have associated consequences of post-traumatic stress disorders, substance abuse, depression, homelessness, eating disorders, and suicide, and can be devastating for not only the survivor, but also for the family and friends of the survivor. The City of Nampa believes that no one person, organization, agency, or community can eliminate sexual assault on their own, but we're committed to working together to educate our entire population about what can be done to prevent sexual assault, to support survivors and their significant others, and increase support for agencies providing services to survivors. And whereas the City of Nampa is committed to being a safe and healthy community where people prosper and strongly supports the efforts of national, state, and local partners and of every citizen to actively engage in public and private efforts to prevent sexual violence. Whereas it's time for us all to start conversations, take appropriate action, and support one another to create a safer environment for all. Now, therefore, I, Debbie Kling, Mayor of the City of Nampa, do hereby proclaim April 2023 as Sexual Assault Awareness Month, and I call upon all of our citizens to join advocates and communities across the country in taking action to prevent sexual violence. I also want to say thank you. We visited earlier today. I just so appreciate the work that you guys do at the Family Justice Center. Thank you. It's not easy work. It's hard work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Would you like to share?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor and council members, for supporting the work that is so near and dear to our hearts. At the Nampa Family Justice Center, we have 13 sexual assault nurse examiners and 4 advocates that are on call 24/7. This team serves all of Canyon County and responds to calls at several local hospitals to perform forensic exams and offer support and comfort to clients during those exams. We love the work that we do, and we appreciate your support. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll hand this to you. Thank you so much. See you. And then our next one has to do with National Child Abuse Prevention and Awareness Month. And Jenny, I think, are you coming forward? So you can come forward as I read. Whereas the month of April is also National Child Abuse Prevention and Awareness Month. And the City of Nampa recognizes that children are the key to the city's future success, prosperity, and quality of life. And while children are our most valuable resource, they are also our most vulnerable citizens. Whereas every child desires to grow up in a healthy, safe, nurturing environment and have an opportunity to thrive. Whereas child abuse and neglect causes psychological, emotional, and physical harm, which can create lifelong problems for victims of abuse. Whereas effective child abuse prevention strategies succeed because of the partnerships created among citizens, human service agencies like the Nampa Family Justice Center, schools, faith communities, healthcare providers, civic organizations, law enforcement agencies, prosecutors' offices, and the business community, and by recognizing that prevention starts with each of us. And now, therefore, I, Debbie Kling, Mayor of the City of Nampa, hereby proclaim April 2023 as Child Abuse Prevention and Awareness Month, And I do call upon all citizens, community agencies, faith groups, medical facilities, elected leaders, businesses to increase their participation in our efforts to support families, thereby preventing child abuse and strengthening the communities in which we live throughout the year. I tell you, these are important, important issues. And so, you know what, as I read a proclamation and I'm reading it quickly, I don't want to take away from the importance. And I think about the work that you're doing, the 2C Kids Succeed, right? All the work that we're doing collaboratively today at Elevate Academy, right? Trying to raise the awareness of these issues and how to make a difference is so important. So thank you guys for your work, but I'll let you talk.
Thank you, Mayor and council members, for supporting the Family Justice Center as we work to help the survivors of abuse. One of the things that you'll see around the month of April is the pinwheels planted. There are some right in front of the city buildings and the police department, the rec center, and city signs as you come in. And those are a sign of happy and healthy childhood that all of our children in our community deserve. So we appreciate your support in making that more of a reality for the kids in Nampa. And thank you guys for also partnering in that way to see that kids have those happy and healthy childhoods.
Thank you so much. There we go. It's a rush. And our last proclamation, Matt is here. So Matt, you can come on forward. This is also Fair Housing Month. It's whereas April 2023 marks the 55th anniversary of the passage of Title VIII of the Civil Rights Act of 1968, popularly known as the Federal Fair Housing Act. The Idaho Human Rights Commission Act has prohibited discrimination in housing since 1969. The Commission promotes equality of opportunity for all, regardless of race, color, religion, sex, disability, financial status, familiar status, or national origin, and is a fundamental goal of our nation, state, and city. Equal access to housing is an important and as fundamental as the right to equal education. Whereas housing choice impacts our children's access to education, our ability to seek and retain employment options, and the cultural benefits we enjoy. Only through continued cooperation, commitment, and support of all Idahoans can barriers to fair housing be removed. I, Debbie Clay, Mayor of the City of Nampa, do hereby proclaim April 2023 as Fair Housing Month in the City of Nampa. And I encourage all citizens of the City of Nampa to support and endorse the practice of fair housing. What do you have to share with this, Matt?
Just like with a lot of things we do in the city, fair housing is one of the things that we have the ability to impact and help further along. And it's something that I think really does have an ability to change where people get to go to school and all the things that the proclamation says. Specifically, I think this city does a really good job at addressing things that might be in code or anything like that that might address some barriers to fair housing. But I think as a community as a whole, we do a pretty good job of recognizing and trying to push forward any kind of change that would benefit the citizens of Nampa. Something just to keep in mind, the city currently does do a lot of proactive things around fair housing. We, along with other communities in the Treasure Valley, run a fair housing forum, which is helping bring information and guidance to people that do interact with people in the housing markets. And we do that each month. And then we also, I had two things I wanted to make sure we tell you. Oh, the other thing that's really important is that we, as acceptance, are people that receive federal grant funding. It's something that we're certainly required to do a proclamation, but other developers and people who receive other federal resources that are applying to get money to maybe build housing in our environment or our city, they look to me and reach out to me to make sure that we have this proclamation in place. So it's not only good to acknowledge it and recognize that it's a need and things that we need to go have an ongoing sort of commitment to improve, but it also something that helps direct resources to help us make those changes to our community. So it's a really important proclamation. I wish we had a better speaker to identify how important it is, but I appreciate you guys' efforts and your support of what we do here in the city related to fair housing.
Matt, thank you for all your work, and thank you for your work with our CDBG process and all that you do, because there are a lot of different programs that we offer as a city, and you're overseeing them, so thank you.
You bet.
It's
It's a pleasure.
appreciated. Here you go.
Oh, yeah.
Here you go. Amy's going to ask you to take a picture. Yeah. You're right in it, Charter. Oh, that's great. Okay, so I think we're going to move on to our public forum opportunity. This is the opportunity for citizens to that would like to speak for 3 minutes on an agenda or a non-agenda item. I think we have a couple of people.
Madam Mayor, our first speaker is Don Eaton. He would like to speak on a non-agenda item.
Good evening. Thank you for coming forward and saying your name again and your address.
My name's Don Eaton. I live at 420 West Roosevelt. And I had a problem with my neighbors. When I got this first dog, his name's Scruffy. He was just a pup. You could hold him in your hand. Anyway, I had a friend that wanted a dog, so I picked up Katie. When I picked up Katie, the person I picked her up for couldn't get her at the time. My neighbors across the street, I got to know this. He was on a disability deal. When he was born, he couldn't breathe very good. Anyway, he rented a room from the owner of the place. His name's Eric Dunn. Anyway, we lost Brandon. I used to go watch sports, football games and stuff with him. He loves Scruffy. Scruff jumps up in your face. He puts both feet on both sides of you and just kisses you. Brandon finally got to where he was kind of bedridden, so Scruff could just kind of perk him up. I love Brandon. Anyway, when they lost him, they lost that money coming in for the other bedroom. The other brother, Aaron, rented the other bedroom. What I ended up finding out, this Dunn was taking that rent money, turning it into drug money. And Aaron delivers pizza for the Pizza Hut, which that's what his girlfriend's running out on 10 Mile. They came over and stole the pressure washer from me. I turned this in 1.5 years ago. I was mailing my brother a birthday card, and when I mailed my brother this birthday card, I ran into a gal right at the post office. We were freezing, standing outside. Anyway, before it opened, we got to talking, and I showed her the pickup. She goes, "That's funny, my brother." She says, "Where do you live?" I says, "On Roosevelt." My brother just lost a brand new generator plant out of the back of his pickup. Aaron hit me up about having a generator plant. I says, "Yeah, I've got one, but it's stuffed clear back in the old garage." These guys went out and purchased a pickup. I can prove all this. I just got to get them into court. My next door neighbors bought their place in 2005. I bought mine in 2013. And this has been a drug house on State Street ever since these guys picked it up. And I want them busted. I want this Eric Dunn to pay for what he did to Brandon. Oh, God, I can't even say enough about Brandon. But I just want something done about it. And these guys here, if you tried to open the screen door on my house, I've got a carport between my place and my new garage that was added. And I bought this pickup off of these guys when I first moved up here because I had an old Subaru worth 300,000 miles, and I thought if it ever breaks down, I need something to get me back and forth. So I picked it up from these guys, not running, for $360. After I got it running, I've done so many favors for them guys doing this and doing that. But after I found out what was going on, and when Aaron came over and told me, he knocked on my door. If you think you're gonna come up to my house at midnight at night and knock on the door and these two dogs ain't gonna go off like anyway, he was lying about that. I've done tons of work for his mother. Me and his mother have got a good relationship, and his own mother told me Aaron got into money problems. So if somebody doesn't send somebody to investigate this deal I'm talking about, even Bill, the kid, no, it's, anyway, I just want something done about it.
Don, thank you for coming this evening, and I
I
know
mean,
that.
these guys need to be shut down. I'm so mad at Eric. He couldn't afford his cigarette habit, buying cigarettes. He couldn't afford it unless he had what he's got going on right now. And it needs to be stopped.
Thank you. Well, thank you for coming. Carrie has your contact info, and I believe she has the addresses, and so we will follow up. Thank you. Thank you very much. Our second person is
Christian Case, and he'd like to speak on a non-agenda item.
Good evening, Christian.
Good evening, Mayor Kling and Council. My name is Christian Case, and I live at 435 Arrowhead Drive, Nampa. I want to talk today about a police report given to this body on February 21st. The officer, I didn't catch his name, mentioned that there was a lot of repeat offenders because of lenient judges who won't punish them. He said they were trying to hold these judges accountable. I'm not sure what that entails, but I support the effort. Holding these lenient judges accountable and encouraging them to do their job is an integral part of making Nampa's neighborhoods safe and quiet. Now, I realize that there are always some cases with unusual circumstances that need special consideration. That's why we have judges. But when judges are lenient most of the time, those judges are not doing their job. They are promoting crime in our city. We, the voters and residents of Nampa, need to know which of our judges are lenient and which are conscientious, especially if we're voting on whether to retain them. We need to make a point to honor those judges that are doing their jobs and avoid honoring those who don't. And we need to notice which public servants are appointing judges without due diligence to discover what kind of judge they are likely to become. Thank you.
Christian, thank you. Thank you. Appreciate your comments.
Thank you.
That's all that we have signed up this evening. Is there anyone that had intended to speak on an agenda or non-agenda item this evening? Seeing none. It is 6:05, but I would like to go ahead and do an update on our new agenda management software, just so that those that are regulars here actually know that we have some new agenda management software coming. This will be a very brief report, and then we'll move into public hearings. And Shara is coming around front for her quick report. And then at that time, we'll move into public hearings, and we'll catch Daniel. We'll catch yours afterwards, and Tom.
Madam Mayor, City Council members, I'd like to do a very brief update on our agenda management software. But first, I'd like to describe what our current agenda and meeting minute process is. It's very manual and time-intensive efforts by departments and city clerk's office for council items. There's inconsistent agenda and minute formats for city boards and commissions. There's manual monitoring by departments for approvals, and it is inefficient. There is a strong possibility for human error. I've been working with various agenda management software since 2007, and the goal of it is to utilize technology for consistency, efficiency, and transparency. We want to refocus the creation of agenda items from the clerk's office to the departments who are the originators. This will allow them to monitor the approval process of an item and ensure accuracy of the agenda item and the attachments. Last year, we created a stakeholders group consisted of staff from IT, Public Works, Engineering, Planning and Zoning, and the clerk's office. We demoed 4 products, and we conducted a survey of adjacent municipalities who had agenda management software. That included the City of Eagle, Boise, Star, and Meridian. I did reference checks of the top pick, which was Rock Solid's one meeting. The reasons why we chose Rock Solid was that it was not out of the box. It was very tailored and flexible, and we can keep the processes that we like, but make them more efficient and utilize automated tools for transparency. They have a highly rated customer service, which is 24 hours, 7 days a week, and 365 days a year. It is live human support, and they have a 6-minute response time. They allow unlimited number of users and meeting bodies. They have a strong search engine. They allow speakers to sign up on their phone or a kiosk, and a list can be displayed on the screen. They also have options for the city to address closed captioning, and an ability to timestamp videos allowing public and staff to click on an agenda item and go straight to that portion of the recorded meeting video. We contracted with Rock Solid in September of 2022 and started the implementation process. Testing and training began in January 2023, with general user staff training happening last week. All trainings have been videotaped and uploaded into SharePoint for staff's easy access. Some remaining specialized training is scheduled for this month. Some important dates is that the week of April 10th, with a date to be determined, a virtual training with City Council hosted by Rock Solid will be demonstrating various options available to council and board members on accessing the agenda packets and the ability to put notes in their own copies. This will be recorded and provided to other board and commission members. We also will be doing a press release, which I will be coordinating with Amy Bowman. City Council will go live at the April 17th meeting. Planning and Zoning Commission will go live on the April 25th meeting, and the other boards and commissions will go live on a date to be determined. I'd like to reference the marketing materials that I did include in your council packet from Rock Solid. And if you look on the screen, yes, that is actually a list of the Rock Solid clients that are on their webpage. And that is the end of my update. Does anyone have any questions?
Council, do you have any questions? As we get ready to use it, you wish. As we get ready to use it, we can go through that training and then we'll be able to reach out with any questions, so.
Great.
Okay, thank you. And I believe you're on for the next one. So we are going to move right now into public hearings, and our first public hearing is 8.1. It is an action item. This is an amendment to Title V of the Nampa City Code to require business licensing for massage establishments and to establish fees. And Shar and then Jason Kimball will be presenting this item. Thank you for being here tonight, Jason.
Mayor?
Appreciate your work.
Okay. Madam Mayor, City Council members, I'm Shar Tim with the City Clerk's Office and my co-presenter.
Jason Kimball with the Nampa Police Department.
So we are here to talk about a proposed new license, which is massage establishments. So the reasons for the recommended license: some massage establishments in the Treasure Valley, including Nampa, are used for unlawful purposes. And the state does not license massage establishments, only the massage therapists. The proposed license would provide vetting of applicants in addition to enforcement tools to help combat illicit activity. And I'd actually like to defer to Lieutenant Kimball so he can go into a little bit more detail.
Mayor, Council, this specifically is regarding the massage parlors that are conducting human trafficking and illicit sexual acts at their locations, is why we're trying to get this. What occurred is when we've done several investigations with the Nampa Police Department in the city of Nampa with these type of establishments. One of the things we recognized early on in those investigations is there's a state board that licensed the therapist, much like there's the same board that does the haircut places, the beautician places, the barber shops, all those, also does the therapist. So when we ask, why don't they go in and do inspections at these locations, is because they don't license the premise itself like they would a beautician shop or a barber shop. Therefore, they don't have the authority, as they believe, to go in and conduct any type of inspection. So the people working there are able to have free reign. During COVID, when this came up, there was a lot of people needing haircuts, and they couldn't go get a haircut because it was illegal to cut hair. However, massage places were able to stay open because nobody was regulating them, because there was no authority that could go in and do any type of inspection. So that's why we're presenting this today, is to allow us the opportunity to have some kind of oversight of those locations. So when we get reports of illicit activity, illegal activity, trafficking of other human beings, we have the ability to go in and do an inspection based on what we're setting up in the city code.
Thank you, Jason.
So I'd like to just go very briefly through some of the various sections of the proposed code. I would like to speak about the exclusions. So as you can see, this would not include hospitals, assisted living facilities, public and secondary schools, accredited colleges, sports venues regarding the athletic trainers. It wouldn't be including certified or licensed businesses such as physical therapy, chiropractic, podiatry, nor would it include licensed barbers and cosmetologists that practice massage limited to the neck, face, hands, feet. And it would not include massage establishments in which only one massage therapist is employed.
May I ask a question?
Yes.
Is there a reason why doesn't it apply? I'm probably missing something if only one massage therapist is employed. Why wouldn't we have the license for the premise there? And is that a hindrance?
What we're looking for specifically in this are the locations that are conducting human trafficking, that are holding people against their will. And at those locations, because that's how these places operate, is the people that are working there are usually from a foreign country. Their visa or their passport or however they're here legally is held as a ransom, so they're forced to do the work for them. So if it's one person, they're not holding that against themselves. So we're looking for the people who are actually forcing others to do it against their will.
But if we set a standard, does anybody else have a question? Yes, Councilman Rodriguez.
Lieutenant Kimball, so what about the ones that are mobile? This would be, because that's where the beginning starts, is recruitment, is those mobile therapists.
Mayor and council, in my experience with conducting these investigations with the purpose of sex trafficking, we haven't experienced that. These people that are coming in are usually coming in from a foreign place. We've tracked them from the airport right to the establishment with escorts. So we're not seeing that, and that'd be difficult to regulate.
I know that was, I was reading an article that said that this is where the recruitment comes from. It was when these mobile therapists go to a house, they see kids, and the pretty much project, that's why they're going to come back and return. I'm just concerned about that.
And again, this specific one is about the location, not about the people inside. This is for the location itself.
Okay. I don't agree with that, but
Any other questions right now? Okay, we'll let you keep going. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. So the requirements as are detailed in section 7.8 of the proposed code, they would need a certificate of occupancy, information and documents for every owner and manager, which when you look at the bullets would include a copy of the state-issued massage therapist license for every person performing massages during the term of the license, and also a background check. The qualifications as identified in section 7.9, no massage establishment license shall be issued to any applicant if any person required to be on the application is as identified in here. They're not over 18. Within 5 years of the application, they were involved in a felony that regarded threat of violence or the involvement of sexual enticement of minors, or a misdemeanor regarding this list regarding use of force, theft, stalking, telephone harassment, possession or sale of illicit drugs, contributing to the delinquency of a minor, possession of a concealed weapon, and illicit sexual activity. They also cannot have had an outstanding warrant at the time of the application. Within the last 5 years, they have not had a similar license revoked by another city. They fail or refuse to provide information for the investigation, or they are not the bona fide owner or leasee of the business's premises. A license will not be issued, and an existing license will be revoked if they violate any of the existing laws, including building, zoning, and health regulations. Any violation of state and city code pertaining to massage therapists or massage establishments shall have their city business license suspended for 180 days. And if there are 3 license suspensions within 3 years, it shall be deemed a revocation. So our proposed implementation process is that Nampa Police will hand-deliver notifications to the current massage establishments. This will ensure that the notification is received by the existing businesses. It provides an opportunity for the businesses to ask questions and exchange contact information. There'll be a 180-day grace period, and after the grace period, we will coordinate with Nampa Police to identify any existing businesses who have not been issued a license, and we'll do follow-up. Our proposed fee for this new massage establishment license is $150 plus a background fee. The current fees for other city licensed businesses is $100 plus background fee. We are proposing a higher fee due to the anticipated annual on-site. This is a comparative table of our research. We looked at various Idaho cities. As you can see, not very many have massage establishment licensing. The proposed license that we are providing is actually based off the city of Boise. They established theirs in 2013 and did an update in 2019. Meridian's is actually under the adult entertainment. And Coeur d'Alene also has one under massage facilities and spas. Twin Falls does have one, but only when it is combined with another service listed in their code. And then it will only be regulated for the site location and the exterior display under the adult entertainment business. You will see that Pocatello did have a massage code, but they repealed it in 2013. And this is a list of the other cities that we did research in Idaho, and we could not find any licenses for them. If the council does approve to move forward with this licensing, the first reading would happen tonight of the ordinance. We would propose that you do not pass it under suspension of rules, but instead do a second reading at the next meeting. Because this is the new license, this would just be another opportunity to notify everyone that this license would be going into effect. And then on the April 17th, we would do a second reading, and that is where we would request that we pass the ordinance under the suspension of rules, and we would also provide a fee resolution. And that is the end of my presentation, and we are both available for any questions.
Thank you. Councilman Rodriguez. Excuse me, Haverfield. I'm looking here, so I know
Kind of a rope-a-dope, isn't it?
Councilman Haverfield, I'll get it right here.
Shar, do we have other city licensed businesses? City business licenses?
I'm not sure what you're asking, Councilmember Haverfield.
Well, we have an alcohol license, is the other license that we have. We have massage, but he was asking if we have any other business licenses.
That are licensed?
We have security. Now I'm not going to be able to
Peddlers?
remember. Yes, I'm not sure if you wanted the businesses or just the various licenses that we have.
I'm looking to see if this is, if there are other businesses that are being asked to be licensed at this point. It sounds like we do have those as a
Yes.
city license.
We have tree pruning, we have security.
Those are
We have-
temporary licenses, though?
No.
Those
They're
are okay.
annual. Peddlers, which includes the mobile food trucks.
So So are they tied to state license as well? Or just the city licenses? There's no requirement that they have a state license?
Yeah, the alcohol license is. We do have alcohol licenses, and they cannot get a city until they get the state and the county.
Well, just regular business, like an architectural practice, you know, there's a state, obviously,
Right.
license. That's,
We don't, excuse me, I'm sorry. Madam Mayor, Councilmember Haverfield, we don't have a lot of the business licenses, so we don't require that.
And then, are we talking about locations or establishments for this type of businesses that are in homes or outside of the homes, or both? In a business setup or in just in a residence?
Mayor and Councilman, if it's, typically, if they're licensed, there's typically not a license to allow them to live on premise, is usually the way that license goes with the state when there's an auto massage parlor type situation.
That's
So,
what my question would have been on the occupancy permit for, obviously, a residence is different than a commercial location.
right. So the answer to your question is, are they living on site? Absolutely. But is it allowed under licensing? No.
Okay. That, I just saw here, one of the reasons for the recommended license was to allow city officials to enter businesses for compliance inspections. Is that, then that was my question, is if this is someone's home that they're operating out of, then we're authorizing city officials to enter people's homes. That'd be questionable to me, or a red flag, I guess, just in just reviewing it. So,
Madam Mayor and Councilman, from my understanding, that is we're not changing anything with city code when it comes to that. That's already, if that already is a license that's occurring in a home, the city has the authority to go in and do the inspections based on whatever that license is for, under like the building code permit.
and there would be a
And
notice
what-
given before you'd enter?
Rodney's happy to speak to this.
Yeah, Mayor and council, the home occupation permit is required for anything inside a home. However, we do not allow a business like this for home occupation, and so it would not be in a residential setting at all because they would have regular customers coming to their location.
So we are talking about a commercial location now.
Rodney, thank you.
Thanks.
Councilman Bauer?
A couple questions. First of all, have you, I wasn't sure if anyone was on the list to talk about this. Is there anyone? I was just curious if are we going to go, first of all, I love it. I love a lot of it. Especially, I've talked with Rick. I've had a lot of conversations about, I mean, we all seen them in town before. A lot of them say, come park and back, and they want to be discreet about it. However, my concern is like with legit massage businesses. I probably employ more massage therapists than anyone I can think of. And obviously I'm exempt because it's medical, but there's legit massage companies out there that do a really good job. I can think of Moon Blossom would be one of them. And usually they do women's services, nails and facials and stuff, and then they have multiple massage therapists in their clinic. So I was curious, have we gone and contacted some of those businesses? And will they be affected? Like, are we going to now go knock on their door and say, hey, now you need to pay us $150 for this business license? And then they got to follow all these rules. Or are we only talking about new businesses coming in?
Madam Mayor, Councilman. Yes, the answer is we would go and make contact with everyone that would fall under this and ask them to spend 180 days to review it, ask questions, and then get the license.
Further
We're
question?
not in discussion, right? We're just kind of asking.
It's just question and answer, yes.
And then have we reached out to them about this public? So we're about to make all these new rules. Have we made contact with any of these massage businesses and told them about the new rules? Any of the bigger companies in Nampa?
The rules aren't in place yet, so we haven't made contact with anybody until we have an opportunity to have that discussion.
If we vote on it today, then the rules will be in place. So
This is a public hearing. This is a public hearing, and we will, I guess the question would be, what was the notification for the public hearing that went out?
Madam Mayor, so the notification was our normal, we put it in the newspaper, and then it was on the agenda.
Okay.
it'll be in a couple months.
Well, it will be 6 months. It's 180 days before it's put in place.
the-
But we will be voting tonight on moving it forward. We will only do the first reading of ordinance tonight. That would happen at the next meeting. So, but I think there will be an action item tonight if we'd like to move forward. So maybe after public hearing, we can have discussion. Okay? Are there any further questions?
Mayor, really quickly, on the exclusion section 7-7, the 1 through 5 makes sense to me, but the number 6, where it's just talking about the massage establishment with only one massage therapist, that one, I would like to see that lumped in with the fee. I just don't know why that's excluded. The other ones, I believe that they're all covered under state, whereas this would make sense that it would be lumped in with the others. So I think that makes the most sense for me to put that there, but just a thought.
Okay. And then let's also bring that one back for discussion. After the public hearing, let's have a discussion around that one.
Mayor,
So, yes.
another question. Is the proposed business license fee, is that like a one-time thing, or is it, sorry if I'm dyslexic and I'll read better. Well,
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Bauer, no, that is an annual fee.
every year?
Yes.
But based on the research that you did, it is considerably less than Boise's annual fee and the other jurisdictions that do have a fee. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Yes, Councilman Haverfield?
Just one follow-up question to tag team on to what Jacob said. I'm 100% behind anything that we can do as far as to stop human trafficking and these other things that are happening. Are we currently limited on where you can enter? And if you know something like this is taking place, is this just going to help you have another tool in your belt to be able to go in and
Madam Mayor, Councilman, the answer is yes. That's the reason for this. It gives us an opportunity to be there, a reason to be there to inspect, but it's also an opportunity if there's somebody there that's conducting a massage without the right license, we can report that to the proper authority through the state. That's not what the intent of this is. The intent is this is going after the places we know are trafficking. And we have, when I say we, law enforcement, we have the means and the ability to look at those through some of our software programs. I can tell you right now, we know from recent research we've done, there's 100 of these illicit massage parlors happening in the state of Idaho. In the Treasure Valley, there's right at 27 of them. So we're able to track that. We can watch consumer reviews, recent consumer reviews. So we know if there's been no activity where that's not what our interest is. But if it's ongoing current activity, we're going to be inspecting that with the goal of 180 days is not what the intent is. We're going to be conducting a criminal investigation at that point. But it gives us another tool to use for that purpose.
Could I say that it's really to protect the citizens of our community, to ensure, and we've talked about doing other business licensing, but we've not moved it forward. It would be extremely helpful if the city of Nampa had a business license for every business, then we would be able to, we would have a better understanding of the businesses that were in our community, what the business mix was, where we needed to recruit businesses, and how better to support. During the pandemic, we wished we had that business license because then we could have reached out to them. We didn't have a way to contact them. That all said, we've not moved forward with business licensing just because of questions if that would be supported in our community. Notwithstanding that, this is an area we felt like it was important that we did move forward to add this to our other licenses, to also to protect the citizens of our community and to support the needs of our police department.
So Mayor, so the money that's collected, does that reside then with the police department and your efforts then? Does it aid them?
No, Madam Mayor, Councilman, they'll go to the clerk's office. It'll be held with the city, not with the police department.
So it's a designated fund that it would just.
Just as any other licenses, it goes within the clerks and it helps offset the cost of running the clerk's office and managing the licenses. And it's all general fund, so it's kind of, comes from, but same thing.
Yeah, donuts for the clerk's office then.
Are there any other questions before we move into public hearing? Okay, seeing none, thank you. We'll have you back.
Thank you.
Thank you. So this is a public hearing, and at this time, I don't see that we have anyone signed up to testify. So is there anyone here that had intended to testify or would like to testify this evening? Yes. Are you? It's a different one. So, but on this one, okay. So on the massage parlors, is there anyone that would like to testify this evening? Okay, seeing none. I guess I would stand, well, I think I'd like to just stand for a motion to close public hearing because we can then have a discussion with our staff regarding the issues if there's no public testimony.
So moved, Mayor.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Okay, so this is an opportunity for council discussion. Lieutenant Kimball is welcome to come back up and answer any questions. So I think we had a couple of comments. We had a discussion around Councilwoman Bauer, and then also a discussion around Councilwoman Natalie Jangula that we'd like to talk about. Who wants to start?
Madam Mayor, I have a question for legal.
Okay.
Todd, is there anything in here that you read that would get us in trouble with a HIPAA violation?
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Reynolds, I have not reviewed this. I think with my recent activities, I think Joe maybe has gone through this. By quick glance, I didn't see any HIPAA issues, but I can certainly give that a closer look prior to your next meeting.
Further
Right.
discussion? Yes?
Very quick. I think medical is exempt from this, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
they
so
are.
there wouldn't be any HIPAA, right?
Massage are licensed healthcare providers technically, so
Oh, is
the
it?
violations would follow them as well.
For those carrying the license, yes. Okay.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'm going to, again, say the massage establishment in which only one massage therapist is employed. I have a hard time with that one. Unless we can move that into another category, because I think we're missing something if we limit ourselves. What do you think?
Madam Mayor and Councilman, I'm not opposed to that. I think the question is why we did that, and now I answered the question is why, is we were going after the people who has the potential to traffic other people. That was the intent behind it. I'm not opposed to adding another one in there for the single person.
Well, that's just what I'm looking at. I don't know what the other council is going to do, but I think Natalie said the same thing, and I don't know. I just if we're going broad basis on this, we shouldn't, I guess, handcuff ourselves to a certain part. Let's just have it open so we can get different avenues and alternatives. That's one thing I'm saying.
So I think what I'm understanding is that under the exclusions, that you would like to see number 6 removed. In other words, that a massage establishment in which only one massage therapist is employed, in other words, anyone that is operating under a massage license, even if it's only one employee in a building, is still subject to having a license, is required to have a license, even if it's just one person. Is that what I'm hearing? Okay. Councilman Bauer?
I'd like to address Victor and Natalie on that. So I don't think business license I'm not for them at all. I don't like them personally. It's just an added government fee, added another, for me, I gotta pay a state license, I have to do CEs, it's just another added expense, and I don't have that fee currently. So my fear with these massage therapists, they're not, they don't get paid very well. It's a very high demand job. A lot of times they're working for an hour, their hands are sore, they get paid $60. Massage therapists can really only work 4 hours a day and then their hands are shot. So a lot of these people, what you two are talking about with one solo shop, they're working out of their house or they're renting, like I got some that rent rooms for me. They really don't make a whole lot of money, and then you're gonna add a fee onto them, $150, and they're just like a solo providers. So for me, that doesn't seem fair at all to these one solo providers. I mean, no other profession in Nampa besides the very few have a business license fee, whether it be someone like me, someone like Randy. We don't have a business license fee, and then someone that makes way less than us, you're going to add on a business license fee to them because there's illegal activity within their profession when they're innocent. So anyway, I'm probably not going to agree with this, with the business license, but I'm especially against the solo because they're the ones that are at the very bottom of the totem pole, if that makes sense.
Mayor, yeah, I can respect that. Is there any data behind there being any solo massage therapists that have been in this human trafficking or lewd conduct category?
Madam Mayor and Councilman, we just call those prostitutes.
Okay.
Does that help you answer your question?
Yeah.
If they're doing the illicit sexual activity in their business, in their massage business, and they're by themselves and they're making profit for themselves, that's under the prostitution code, which we have a code that addresses that.
So we do, so that would cross over then. If this was a single sole massage therapist and that was happening in their home establishment, whatever,
It
then
is
that
not human
code
trafficking.
could come over and the human trafficking or the prostitution code could come over and you would have the ability to then go into their home.
Madam Mayor and Councilman, the answer is no. We don't have, under a criminal investigation, we can't go inside someone's home. When we think we have to do an investigation to go in there and find that specific activity that's occurring. What this is addressing is these locations we know have multiple people that are working for them that are not licensed. The way they conduct their business is completely against the practice of the industry. The people live on scene. They can't leave the premise without an escort, even to take an evening walk. We watched that happen here in Nampa on a major investigation we did. So that's what we're looking at, so this gives us an opportunity to inspect that type of activity that's occurring. The single location, and that's why I said we didn't have it in there initially, was we don't see that occurring. That's a solo person that's making money for themselves, and that's prostitution, which is completely different than human trafficking.
So, which means that without being licensed, in the case of prostitution, we would not have any authority to go in. And so if someone is doing illicit activity under the guise of massage, we would have no authority to do anything about it. So the advantage to licensing, even one, is that it does bring some accountability to whether they have a license. If they're operating as a license holder, then they would be operating outside of their license, right? If they were doing that, but we have no authority if they're allowed to operate without a license, because we can't go in.
That is correct, ma'am.
Right.
And Mayor, this is just one segment of human trafficking. So, but to me, it's a huge. I think Jeannie can tell us in the back that at least from your seminar, it's mainly family members trafficking other family members, and that's happening out of homes. And then a lot of these individuals are calling themselves prostitutes, but that's a whole different ballgame. So at least this is going to take care of a segment of that.
Madam Mayor, Councilman, you are correct. That this is just one segment, one more thing we're doing.
That's right.
We're taking on this
Let's
approach.
knock down the dominoes as many as we can.
Yes, and that's what we're doing. We're taking this on several levels, not just this one level as well.
Mayor Kling.
Yes.
So the state does license massage therapists. Okay.
Yes.
So a single person in their home, if they were licensed massage therapist, they would be basically above board as long as what they're doing is what they're licensed to do, correct?
Madam Mayor, if I understand your question right, Councilman, you're asking if they are conducting their business as a massage therapist and they have that license. Is that above board? Yes.
Okay. So the single person that's working out of their home, and I can think of someone that is a personal friend of my wife's that's what she does. She's licensed. She works out of her home. Like Jacob said, it's tough. It's hard on her joints and things, but it's what she does to be able to supplement the income that her and her husband have. So I am not in favor of eliminating the exclusion of 6. I think that if it's done properly, those people are not prostitutes. They're basically doing something that they're licensed to do by the state in a manner that you can either choose to go, I guess, and utilize their services or not, knowing that they're licensed to do what they're doing. My first concern when this topic even came up was Jacob's business, because there's people that work for him that are licensed deep therapy, muscle type, because I had that happen once. I think Darrell needs it now, but, yeah. So I was concerned about his take as far as on this topic, because it does affect him, but he's exempt, so.
And the reason for that exemption, just to be clear, is the state already has the authority to go into his establishment and conduct an inspection under his other license, not under the massage license, but under the other licenses they hold, the medical field.
So again, I'm fine with leaving 6 on the exclusion.
Okay, Councilman Bauer, and then,
Yeah. So it's very true. This is a big part of my life. I have 10 massage therapists working for me right now. We get referrals from lots of these massage clinics, and there's lots of spectacular clinics that do it the right way. There needs to be some sort of city regulation, and that's kind of well known in the profession that it's lacking, and there needs to be some sort of city regulation, especially to prevent just the nature of the job. You take off your clothes, you get worked on. It's a different type of work, and so there does need to be added city regulations. My worry is just like that $150 fee every year when these people are not rich. It may seem like, oh, they can get all this money, but it's really hard. A lot of them only last 5-10 years because they get arthritis in their joints and stuff. So it's just, for me, it pulls at my heartstrings. I know a lot of these people individually, they're not rich. They're struggling to make ends meet. It's a lot of times it's just an added income. So that added fee, I'd love it if we get, if that was the license, and because I do agree there needs to be something, but I'd love to heavily reduce that city fee on these folks, because these people are not rich at all.
well, at this time, my understanding is that if there is more than one massage therapist, it is $150, and that there isn't a license required at this time with only one. I mean, you could, yes.
Madam Mayor, I think to clarify, the license that we're seeking here is not for the individual, it is for the establishment.
Yeah.
Yes. Right. So it isn't just, really, it's really not much when you look at it. It's for the establishment as a whole. Yes.
So the majority of these businesses, I know for a fact, they don't even have employees. Most of them just have independent contractors or renting rooms. So is this only going to address to employees, or is it independent contractors? Have you guys?
Madam Mayor and Councilman, what this is the establishment itself, the business itself, not necessarily the individual. So it gives us the ability to review their books as far as who's employed, and if that person is employed and has a state license, yes. But as far as what I believe you're asking is, are we going to go look for the individual themselves? That's not what the intent is. The intent is the establishment itself to make sure it is operating legally.
So as it states there, and Shar, you're the one that has worked on this, if you'd like to speak to the requirements.
Yes, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Bauer, I just wanted to put up the requirements one more time. So this, again, is for the massage establishment, and what we're requiring from every owner and manager is, as is shown, that their legal name, we want a state-issued photo identification, we want 5-year employment history, and then a copy of the state-issued massage therapist license for every person who's performing massages during the term of the license. From what I understand from the police department, that is actually one of the critical pieces.
I have a quick question. Is it the full legal name of the business, or is it the legal business name?
Madam Mayor, that's a good question.
Right, or the owner manager of the business? Because I would think you would have your business name that is whoever is the certificate of occupancy could be with an individual.
Right, but we are going to want the owner and manager because we will be doing background checks.
Okay. Any other questions, comments? Yes.
Sorry that the drill is on the head. So, because I know like 5 off the top of my head, and I'm pretty sure they don't have a lot of them. Just like, well, there's a lot of turnover in massage, like a lot. So they won't have employees. So say I'm Nampa Massage and Spa, they're going to have independent contractors in those rooms, and they're going to just take a cut. So I guess, so if anyone's in the building, is it employees, is it subcontractors, people renting out rooms? How are we going to judge based on, like if it's a 1099?
Councilman, I'm not sure I understand what your question is on that. When you're saying the individual in the room, again, we're not looking to charge them for this fee. It's the establishment itself that we're charging the fee.
I know, but what if the establishment just has independent contractors and not employees? Does that make sense? So they're working on they're working on their clients, but it's an independent contractor that may be there for a month and then they go on to the next. So that's why my question is will this be for independent contractors or will this be for employees?
It is for the employees that we're looking at.
Or independent, because cosmetology, if you go into beauty salon, they're not employees, they're independent contractors. But they have a license and they're doing work underneath the heading of the company. I would anticipate this to be similar. Is that correct?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Bauer, correct. Again, I just want to refer to that last bullet of how it's worded. It's for every person that's performing massages, I'm sorry, I can't say that word, during the term of the license. So we're not stating employee. We're stating if they're doing a massage. And so there is like you had mentioned, that there is a high turnover. So we would expect them to be contacting my office probably quite regularly to let us know who's left, who's come in, and to provide us a copy of that license of the massage therapist.
And Todd, did you have a question or comment? She covered it, okay.
Mayor, I just want to add, Councilmember Bauer had good points, so I'm perfectly fine leaving 6 as the exclusion. And so if I just understand this correctly, this would be kind of similar to how cosmetology would be. So we're not charging if there's one establishment that has 5 massage therapists in there and they're renting 5 rooms, you're not getting the fee for each 5 room. You're getting one fee that's a blanket fee to cover the establishment. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So if somebody comes and goes, it doesn't matter. They would have to provide the licensing and things just like cosmetology does, but it would just be that blanket fee for the establishment.
Madam Mayor, Councilman, that is correct.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
And Mayor, I mean, the establishment they can decide how they're going to gather the money to pay for the fee. I mean, if they want to charge the independent contractors or whatever, they just so the establishment is the one who's paying the fee. You understand what I'm saying? I mean, they have the
I apologize. I thought you were making a statement. Yeah, we're not in the business of
No, you don't
helping
care. You don't
establish
care where it's coming from, just so the establishment is paying
how
the
they
fee.
run their business. We're not concerned as far as how they get their money.
And I would hope an establishment would know what's going on in each room, so.
Madam Mayor, I have
Yes.
a question. Lieutenant Kimball, so on the background check, if it comes back negative, is there a provision to exclude them then, if their background check is bad?
Madam Mayor, Councilman, I'm not sure I understand when you say negative. Meaning like they have negative,
Yeah.
part of the
like,
provisions.
Let's say that they had a felony 10 years ago and now they own a massage business, but it's legit. Does that kick them out?
I don't think, the answer is they would not be able to obtain the license if it falls under those criteria that we have listed in there for the background investigation and the felony charges. And so if they're a registered sex offender in Idaho, the city is not going to issue under what we're proposing a license. If you're interested in changing that, it's probably open for conversation, but that's what we're intending now is if they're a registered sex offender in Idaho because of a felony they have on their record, we don't want to give them a license to, as Councilman Bauer said, touch people who are unclothed.
Well, I understand the sex offender part of it, but I'm talking about, let's say they had a felony DUI 10 years ago.
That would,
Stop them
that
from
doesn't,
having
if
that
you,
business?
is pointed out, that doesn't qualify. It has to do specifically with the violence or sexual enticement, and there's a list of those. A DUI would not qualify for that. A grand theft or a theft probably would not qualify. It's the specific things we're looking for as it has to do with drugs or sexual contact.
Thank you.
Yes?
If we pass this, are we going to have further discussions on the exact?
No. Not at this time. If we pass this, we do have an ordinance. If we pass it as it's recommended, we have the first reading of ordinance ready to go tonight, and then we would do the second reading of ordinance at the next meeting. So pardon? Go ahead.
Madam Mayor, as I'm kind of doing my nonverbal communication with Shar. So I think the way it was proposed was that you do the first reading tonight, you took public testimony, your action would be to move forward with a second reading, and then at your second reading would be when you'd decide on the ordinance itself. And that could include, I suppose, potential tweaks to the ordinance after your second reading.
Okay, thank you for that explanation, because I was thinking that should probably happen before the first reading of ordinance. But, so,
you could also-
even after first reading, if we choose to move forward, well, I find that awkward to go into the reading of an ordinance as though it's been passed, which typically it would. But, I mean, if we can do that, I would think if we're not comfortable, I guess the question is, what are we not comfortable with? What do we need to go back and do differently?
Mayor, I only think is, I think it was what Councilman Bauer is saying is, just in the paper, I realize that's how you have to get things done. But as far as the legit, I would like to hear from some of our legit massage folks and have them have opportunity to speak 3 minutes if they so desire. And I think my realization, just like Councilman Bauer, I think they know there's a lot of this going on out there. And I don't think $150 is going to bother them, but I think it still would be good to hear from the legit folks. But that would be in a public hearing setting.
Yeah, I would rather not do it in 3 minutes, but actually reopen the hearing, continue this to the next council meeting, and leave the public hearing open. If we're going to take public hearing and take it into consideration in our decision, I think it would be better to leave it open.
I guess is it realistic that do we have the names of these businesses that actually would be able to pretty much contact most of the Nampa?
I could give them to you.
We have the names of both the legitimate and illegitimate ones.
Okay.
We'd love to hear all sides.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
If the council was interested in continuing the item so that we could reach out and notify these massage establishment businesses to come in, I would actually recommend that we don't go to the next meeting, but maybe give us a little bit more time
Okay.
and go to the May 3rd, I believe it is.
Okay.
That'd be fine. But Mayor, when you said no, 3 minutes, that's what we allow as far as for a public hearing.
So we have, I thought you were referencing our, the one we do at the beginning?
No,
for 3
I'm
minutes?
talking about actually making,
Doing a public hearing.
that where they sign up to testify.
Testify. So we would need to reopen the public hearing. Todd?
Madam Mayor, yes, you could reopen the public hearing and then just notice it again for the new one. And it sounds like you're going to make at least some effort to reach out to all the massage businesses. We don't want to insinuate which ones are legit or not at this point. But just do your best at notifying all the businesses so they are aware and they can decide whether to come.
Thank you. So I'd stand for a motion to reopen public hearing.
So moved.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
And with that, I would stand for a motion to continue this public hearing to the first council meeting in May.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Chingula?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
Haberfield?
Yes.
All in favor? Motion carries.
Thank you. All right. So now we'll get on with our other public hearings. We'll move to 8.2 on our agenda. This is an action item. This is the annexation and zoning to Gateway Business Zoning District and a potential development agreement for a 16.71 acre portion of, well, let's say at 15918 Star Road for Barron Properties. Shannon Eli representing BPS Nampa, and is our applicant here this evening. Thank you. Go ahead and come forward and share your name and address with us.
Madam Mayor, as you can tell, I'm not Shannon Ely, Ryan Cutler, Planning Director for Horrocks Engineering. My address is 2775 Navigator Drive in Meridian, Idaho. Thankful for the, is this on, Rodney? Ready to go? Thank you so much. Grateful for the opportunity to be here tonight to present for Barron Properties, who I'm representing this evening. We'll also have somebody, after staff does their presentation, we do have a member from Barron Properties here that will discuss in a 3-minute window some of the projects that they've done in previous areas, so you have an idea of what that looks like. Before I get started, and I mentioned this to your Planning and Zoning Commission as well, I have the opportunity to work with a lot of cities around the valley. Very impressed and grateful for your staff here at Nampa. They make things very easy to work with when that's not always the case in other cities. So grateful for them, for Rodney and his team, for what they do. I'm going to skip through a few of these because Mr. Matt Riggs is going to go through those in a little bit. Madam Mayor, Council, just for reference, I have a site plan here in front of you just to give you an idea where our site sits in this area. I'm sure you're familiar with the Amazon building and the Lactalis factory there. We are just to the east and to the south of those two buildings, as you can see here on your map. Just for reference, and I'll reference it here on the next map too, the Highway 16 expansion is just to the east on the very edge of this map to give you a little more reference of what we're looking at here. Other major areas here in the building, or other major buildings here in the area, besides Amazon and Lactalis, you do have a new industrial park that you can see just kitty corner from our building that was just constructed as well. The Radix building directly to the north of us, and Jackson's owns the property on the corner just to the north of us as well. This is just a picture of your future land use map. Again, you can see to the far right of this map where the Highway 16 expansion is taking place, and our site highlighted in red there. As you'll hear from staff here in just a minute in their staff report, and as you mentioned before, this is an application for GB1 Gateway Business zoning and annexation into the city of Nampa. And as you can tell by what we've indicated in our site plan earlier, we are surrounded by other businesses that are in that same designation, doing the same thing that we're requesting in this application this evening. So we're compliant with any future land use desires that the city's looking for in this Gateway District area. Again, just to reference again what we have directly around us, you can see that on the map that I'm indicating here. We did hold a neighborhood meeting as required by the city for this project. We did have one interested party show up, more for informational note on this project. But to go above and beyond that, Barron Properties did set individual meetings with all the major players around us. With Amazon, they declined meeting with us, indicating that they didn't really have any concerns with what we were doing. We did have a sit-down meeting with the Lactalis cheese factory individuals that went very positively for us. I don't believe there's a representative from them here tonight because we did chat with them and have a good positive experience there. And we've been in constant communication with the properties north of us, the Radix building and Jackson's, as we will have some shared access points with those businesses. And again, we're in continual communication with them. For your reference, Madam Mayor and Council, this is our proposed site plan for the actual site. You can see our current building layout for the site. This will meet all the city's requirements for setbacks, parking, access, drainage, all the requirement things. We will have to go through all those processes at a later date if this is approved this evening. You will notice a variety of building sizes and types. We're doing that on purpose to tried to entice different types of business and industrial sites to be able to use this, as opposed to very similar buildings just stacked right next to each other. We're doing that on purpose just so we can have some variety to add some variety to this area. I will show over the next couple of slides too, you'll see some of the buildings renderings that we have for this. We understand the importance of this area in the city of Nampa. With the new Highway 16 expansion, it's going to become a gateway. That's why it's called that in the zoning to your city. Recognizing that, we've tried to do our best to go above and beyond and make these buildings, although they are industrial, look more commercial-like, so it's not just a gray wall of concrete when you drive past it. We recognize that's an important factor for the city of Nampa as you've been through the process of they've been working on improving those design criteria for industrial buildings. We've been a part of that with the city of Nampa staff and making sure that we're going above and beyond what's asked there so that we're putting a good product out, not only for Barron, but also for the city of Nampa and for those people that will see it along Franklin, they'll see it along Star, and they potentially could see it from the freeway as well. We want to make sure that we're making sure that we're doing right by the city. I'll go through a few of these. These are our proposed renderings for the building that we've been going through with staff. You can see the varieties of different materials that are going to be used there. Landscaping involves some glazing and windows that, if you're familiar with the area, is definitely different than what's in the area currently there now. Again, this is just a quick rendering of the south elevation and the west elevation. Those are the ones that are most visible from the roadway on Star, and also as you come along the freeway. This is also something that you'd be able to see from afar, so we're making sure that Nampa has a good impression on those passing by or coming into the city. You know, we want to stand out and set a higher standard. That's what Barron is about. That's what they've always been about, and so we want to make sure that we're establishing that as we enter in an opportunity here in the city of Nampa. You'll see here on this next map, we did have a traffic impact study done here, followed all the steps that were needed there, but what I wanted to point out were the 3 areas in red that you can see circled. As we met with the city staff and went through possible access locations for this site, I believe it was the fire department that brought up their concerns with the 2 access points that we had on Star Road being the only 2 accesses to the site. Barron took that to heart and went and purchased the 1-acre parcel that you can see in the larger red circle at the top there, which allowed us to have an additional access out onto Franklin Road and plenty of distance away from the intersection as to not have an impact on that existing intersection there. So again, we've gone above and beyond on the needs for the access there just to make sure we're compliant with everything that the Highway District and the City of Nampa is asking us for there. Also on the west side, you'll see that we've lined up our access point with Amazon's access point just to create a lack of conflict there, and then an additional access with sufficient distance of separation to the south on that site. We also recognize that on Franklin Road currently there's a construction project going on, which includes utility upgrades and some upgrades to the road. We met and worked with the city staff here again to make sure that our new access point, that would be where the large red circle is on this map, is actually on those plans and will be designed and built for our access as you're improving that roadway. We met also with the Braddock's building to the west of us and lined up our access point, half on their property and half on our property, so that we could both utilize it and not add an extra curb cut to that roadway. And again, that's already been entered onto the design plans for that Franklin Road. Again, thanks to the staff working with us on that and making sure that we could accomplish what we needed to there to establish a better safety option for emergency vehicles getting to this site. That's the conclusion of my presentation this morning. Appreciate again the time. We recognize and have reviewed staff's comments and their recommendations and conditions, including the stop control that is located at Robinson and Flamingo just south of us, that to be completed at the time of the occupancy of the final building on site. And we agree to that term there. with that, I would stand for any questions you may have.
Brian, thank you very much. Council, do you have any questions? Councilman Haverfield?
Just a quick question. The two accesses on Star Road, are they full access?
The two accesses on Star Road currently are full, recognizing in the future that might change as traffic patterns at that intersection change. But we do have a full access on Star Road, the south access point, which we intend to be the major access into our site, where any sort of service truck or box truck would be the south access further away from the intersection to make sure that we're not gumming up the intersection during high traffic times.
Okay, and then the access onto Franklin Road, is that a full access as well?
Madam Mayor, Councilman, yes, it is.
Okay. And the area in blue that's described in our packet, that's a commercial lot. Is that what it'll be used for?
Apologize, could you say that again?
That blue
circle.
area that's circled on the screen there, is that a commercial lot?
Oh, yeah, yes, will be the same zoning as this lot here, so it'll be an industrial lot. It can have commercial businesses on it through a CUP with the city.
Okay. So it's not a part of your development, it'd be probably sold off then? Is that what the intent is?
Madam Mayor and Councilman, it is a part of our development that we could potentially, as Barron, develop and utilize, but yes, it could be sold off if it was platted as an individual lot.
Okay. Mayor, I just have a question for staff when they do their presentation.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilor, are there any further questions for the applicant? Thank you. And as you know, we'll have you back at the end. Thank you. Okay, Rodney, is this yours? Great.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Rodney Ashby, Planning Director for the record. I'm going to play tag team with Daniel here for just a second to talk about transportation-related issues. The mayor has asked us to do that for some of these projects that have transportation questions. And so just a lot of my slides they actually looked a lot like the applicant, so I'll try to go through them pretty quickly, but as you can see, 5 mixed-use commercial buildings. I call them commercial. The applicant has stated industrial. This is actually the GB1 zone. It does allow some industrial type uses, but the appearance has to be a higher standard, and so that's what they've been held to. So I just call them commercial. The Nampa Planning and Zoning Commission recommended on March 14th approval with an additional condition that the applicant or the owner enter into a development agreement with the City of Nampa to substantially comply with the site plan and the elevation submitted with the application, which you have seen. These are the criteria for approval, and as you can see, just based on the code, the comprehensive plan, and what they presented, we analyzed this and found that it was compliant with all of these criteria. There is some flexibility in here, of course, for the city council to decide whether to approve it or not. And so you would need to clearly define how it does not meet one of these criteria if you choose not to approve it. So you've already seen this, but quickly, the comprehensive plan is actually commercial. The surrounding zoning is all GB1, so it's completely surrounded by GB1 properties, and there's utilities that service the area and are available to the property. You can see those there. Here's the site plan. You've already seen that. There's the access points. I didn't highlight the one to the west there and to the north onto Franklin. That I believe that one is also a kind of a shared access with the property, that strip mall to the north. So that might be a question for the applicant, but I believe that's another one. So that might be 4. And then as we have kind of already talked about this, this property is not a part of the annexation. So you don't have anything to consider for this property circled in green right now because it's already zoned GB1. But the important part of it is that it provides that that other access onto Franklin Road. There's the site plan, or excuse me, the elevations, the south and west elevations. And then I really like this one because we have been trying to get developments to include more glazing in their buildings for the appearance, and then the change in planes, jogs, and offsets, as well as materials. And you can see all those things here. Even color changes. I don't think these are actually the colors that they're using. I think it's more related to this, but there still are some color changes. So it appears that that's going to be compliant with our standards for design review. And I'm going to turn the time over to Daniel to cover this slide.
Mayor, Council, a traffic impact study was completed by the development. It identified a few project required improvements. Robinson and Flamingo, which is in the Nampa Highway District, not currently within the city of limits of Nampa. It identifies the need for them to put a stop control at that intersection. So the developer and the engineering division, we will coordinate and work with Nampa Highway District to allow that to happen. And then the other improvements required by the development are improvements on Star Road for center turn lane access and right turns into their approaches. The other identified improvements were background traffic, so things that we are shown to be not associated with the development. They were things that are needed regardless of the development if it goes there, and so are not required by the development. Those being improvements at McDermott and Franklin. Although the city is currently working with Ada County Highway District and Nampa Highway District to design and construct a signal at that intersection already. So that's a background traffic that we're already working towards. And then the other ones are the intersection of Robinson and Flamingo. The background traffic in 2025 triggers further improvement beyond just the stop sign, and that would not be the development's responsibility. And then there are some access things on Franklin Road. As we've approved on the consent agenda this morning or earlier, we do have bid going out for improvements on Franklin Road already, and so that's something that's happening there as well. Any questions regarding the traffic?
Danielle, I have a quick question. Under A, developer responsibility, 2, Star Road. Now this is maybe just me, but Star Road to me technically is north of Franklin. South is Robinson. So can you help me?
So the actual delineation is the freeway. It changes from Star Road to Robinson
Okay.
at the freeway.
At the freeway.
Yes.
Thank you for confirming that, because that was confusing to me. So it's at the freeway. I
It
learned
is at the
something new
freeway.
tonight.
Just like Idaho Center and Garrity, the change is at the freeway.
At the freeway, okay. Thank you for explaining that to me.
Mayor Kling.
Thank you, yes.
So Daniel, is Franklin or Star, are they both arterials or are they collectors?
Franklin is an arterial. I believe Robinson, or Star Robinson, I believe that one is an arterial in the future or functional classification. It's not currently developed that way today, though.
I was just questioning because it appears that it indicates a 15-foot landscape buffer along Star, whereas in a GB1, arterial requires a 20-foot landscape buffer.
Let me pull up the
same thing on Franklin, I would believe.
They're both arterials? Okay. Yes, they are both arterials.
That would need to be cleaned up as far as on the site plan.
Yes, I believe so.
Thank you.
Mayor Kling.
Yes.
I just have one quick question for Rodney. Rodney, clarify that you said that we're not concerned with the annexation, but on...
We're not considering the annexation of the the area circled in green
Because it's already annexed.
because it's already
in.
annexed in.
Okay, because on both the motions, it has moved to approve the annexation and zoning.
So, Madam Mayor and Councilman Rodriguez, the rest of this area that's kind of highlighted and pulled out in color, that is the annexation.
Oh, is it?
So what I'm pointing out with that green circle is that they purchased that little property that was already zoned and annexed into the city in order to provide another access. What they are requesting is annexation for the rest of it.
I see, okay, gotcha.
Thank you.
Confusing, but thank you.
Are there any other questions at this time? Okay. Rodney, do you have more to finish?
I do.
Okay.
But they're pretty standard things we're going to go through right now. So applicable regulations, you've seen these. They're in your staff report. We've had lots of discussions about these regulations. I'm just going to go through the slides unless you have questions about them. Here's the dimensional and bulk requirements. And as Councilman Haverfield pointed out, there should be a 20-foot setback for landscaping on arterial roadways. So we'll have to ensure that that gets done at time of development. The berming is here, as you can see.
I was just going to ask, as far as the right-of-way as well, it indicates a 50-foot right-of-way from center line of road on Star. Doesn't indicate what the road improvements would be on Franklin as far as if additional right-of-way is required, who makes that determination? Because the 15-foot or 20-foot landscape buffer would need to be from the property line.
The annexation for the property on Franklin is already complete, and we have the right-of-way needed there already.
Okay, so it won't need to be increased at all?
Nope,
And then
we have done some negotiations for some right-of-way acquisition out there for the project that got approved on the consent agenda. We have what we need today.
Okay. Then the 50-foot right-of-way is all that will be needed on Star?
Yes, that is the half right-of-way for an arterial roadway.
Thank you. Sorry, Mayor.
That's fine, thank you.
Design review, this will require design review, and it will go to the committee for that based on the area square footage that they provided. These are the comments we received, and as you can see, pretty standard comments from building department. The Compass, our metropolitan planning organization, did an analysis of the project and for safety, economic vitality, convenience, and quality of life. It's really challenging. These analyses are a little bit challenging because they're for a specific project, but they use general criteria. So their concerns were for safety for pedestrians, the speeds in the area, traffic, and lack of sidewalks. But these are all related to prior to development. So they're going to look at the project before it goes in, and they're going to say, does this provide connectivity already? And because of that being prior to the development, it's going to have some concerns. So what this project does is it does include improvements to the right-of-way. It improves some intersections, and it puts in sidewalk. So it addresses a lot of these same concerns that they brought up. And convenience, it's not within a half mile of a public school or park, but this is a commercial development. Fiscal analysis, it will pay for itself within 1 year, which is a great benefit to the city. And then they highlighted those intersection improvements already planned in the area, which is State Highway 16. Engineering comments, you've already seen these. They're in your packet. There's not a lot to add here, except that there's those conditions that I stuck into the conditions at the end of the staff report. Nampa Fire District, those conditions are all in your staff report as well. And I can go over those in detail if you need. Nampa and Meridian Irrigation District just requires that they get approval through them, essentially. Okay, so in the, land uses in the area are consistent with the comprehensive plan. They, the ones that are already existing are commercial and industrial. We've already highlighted a lot of those. And then public interest, the proposed zoning fits the comprehensive plan designation for the area and would provide additional commercial development. Frontage improvements would be made at time of development and utility lines would be extended. So those are all benefits. These are the proposed conditions. I've also included proposed findings of fact, and this is just based on my analysis of the code and comprehensive plan. You're welcome to add any to these or take away any that you wish. And then here are some motions for your consideration, and I would stand for questions.
Thank you. Yes, Councilman Haverfield.
Sorry. Rodney, as far as the development agreement, potential development agreement, the information that's provided in the packet as far as site plan and the elevations for the buildings, general circulation patterns and everything. So I assume that the development agreement takes into consideration this as the basis of what the approval would be, correct?
Madam Mayor and Council, if you look at number 14 here, I've added that as a condition of approval. The applicant shall enter into a development agreement to substantially comply with the site plan and elevation submitted with the application.
Okay. So anything above and beyond that needs to be addressed, if we want to add it, would be basic under 14 or adding a 15.
Correct.
Okay. So again, my point that I made as far as on the landscape buffer, that could be incorporated as far as in a motion to correct the site plan to have the proper landscape buffers on Franklin and Star, correct?
Madam Mayor, and I'll take a shot at this and kind of look to Todd for some clarity here. But I think when we say substantially comply, they're going to have to comply with our code, and that standard is already in place. So I believe that the site plan that they've submitted it would likely be treated as substantially compliant. Or we could have them submit a new one with 20-foot buffer.
Well,
Rodney, could you clarify what you just said? Because it almost sounded contrary to
Yes.
what Councilman Haverfield just said. In other words, he's wanting to ensure that the 20-foot setback is in place because that's what code requires.
Correct.
And so the way it was worded almost sounded contrary.
So what I'm saying is that we can't vary from our code with an approval like this. We can't just blanket say, well, you don't have to follow this part of our code. They have to follow the code. So when we give an approval for a site plan and we say that it has to substantially comply with that site plan, what I'm saying is they would have to meet the existing city code.
Rodney, so they would have spent time with staff already in developing this site plan, correct? The conceptual plan review was done?
No, conceptual plan review happens right before the building permits, so that would be at a later time.
Okay, so the 20-foot requirement in the GB1 zone for the arterial roads that we're talking about will be a requirement in the finalized site plan that's presented as far as for the approval at that level?
Correct.
Okay, so it's not important that we add that language as far as in the motion?
That's how I feel. I'd look to the attorney for direction there.
Madam Mayor and Rodney and Councilmember Haverfield. So just so I understand in my mind, the site plan isn't drawn to that kind of scale, is it? Or does it include specified setbacks?
On it, yes.
I'll try to get back to it.
And I can answer that question. On the site plan, it indicates a 15-foot landscape buffer in both on Franklin and Star, which caught my attention, so that's why I pointed it out.
Rodney's correct in that they would have to comply with code, and that would be part of the requirements. And substantial compliance isn't absolute, so I don't think it guarantees them that 15-foot. You could call it out in a separate condition if you have any concerns with that, but I think substantial means really, really close to this, but code compliance underlies all of that.
Well, okay. I mean, I think that's why we have the ordinance as it's written. So they need to correct their site plan for my approval. So my next question then, Mayor, if that's all right, is there is another access that's indicated on the west side of the Radix building? Is that just an emergency-only access?
That, Mayor and Council, that's the access that I was referencing to, that I'd suggest that we ask the applicant to clarify that.
Okay.
Well, and isn't that an existing?
Yeah,
That's
I
an
believe
existing
it's-
access point. It may not connect to the property today because the property isn't developed, but I believe that that access point is already there because I've used it.
Yes.
It's right there next to the building. Tin Roof Tacos is right there. This is going to be really good for them. So anyway, there's an access point there already. That road is already there.
So are we talking about that? Well, I guess we need feedback as to what the intent is of that access point. And then the landscape buffers on the north and west sides of this development, is that a 10-foot? What is it indicated to be? You know?
With internal to the site?
Yeah, it would be the northern boundary line abutting the Radix building.
Correct.
And to the south abutting future development.
I don't think we've shown, I don't think they've shown the distance there.
Right.
But it would just have to comply with our code.
Which is what?
I think I have that in here.
Is that 7 feet or is it 10?
I think for the GB zone, hold on, I better not speak until I look it up here.
And is it required to be fenced?
It's 5 feet? Oh, thank you. I thought it was in there somewhere. Okay, so 5 foot is the requirement, and then whether it's fenced, I don't believe it's a requirement in code to fence that.
In a GB1 zone?
Correct.
It isn't an IL, which is what we were talking about, potentially this being is more light industrial.
You can put that as a condition if you choose.
Could you go back to the picture that shows, was that parking? Or was that the back of a building? I can't remember on those two sides. So it is parking? Okay.
With a, looks like 5 foot landscape strip.
So there are tree islands that interrupt the parking stalls.
Yeah,
So you would
that's
have
required
some-
by code.
Right. So a 5-foot landscape buffer from the parking to the property line, and then a fence if we so choose to add it.
If you so choose, yes.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions at this time?
Hey, Rodney, can you tell me where I can find the permitted uses for the GB1 code?
Mayor and council, right here. Whoops, right there.
Oh, thank you.
I've highlighted some of them that I thought might be a fairly good fit for this project. My guess is that these are construction trade sales offices with storage of equipment in the back, construction showroom perhaps. I said maybe equipment rental, but everything in the right-hand column is going to require a conditional use permit. So they'd have to go through another public hearing for those, but the ones on the left-hand side are just the allowed uses.
Can you make them just slightly bigger?
Would you mind zooming in for me?
And are you looking for something that might be of concern?
I was just curious. We've had recent issues with this before, so I just wanted to clarify kind of what could be put in this if we didn't put any sort of stipulation on it. I don't see any zoos. Remember that one?
Yes. Well, there is a zoo under conditional
there
uses.
is.
Yeah. It's there.
It's there, but not highlighted.
Yeah. Thank you. you have any further questions?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Okay. Council, do we have any further questions before we move into public hearing? Rodney, does that conclude your presentation?
That's it.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing, and we actually don't have anyone signed up to testify. However, I do understand that our applicant had someone, so whoever that is, if you'd like to come forward, give us your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor Kling and council members. My name's Matthew Riggs, 529 West Fordham Drive in Eagle is my address. I'm a principal at Barron Properties. We entered into the Treasure Valley about 5 years ago in 2018. We have 4 projects that we're currently building, overseen by Greg Hector here, who's local as well, lives here in Nampa. We've done quite a bit of this type of projects really over our history. We were founded in 1983. We're a family-owned and operated company, about 150 employees. Here in Idaho, we have about 35. And today, we operate a handful of buildings like this, about 150 businesses that call our spaces home. Those are pretty small to pretty large. They range from about 1,000 square feet up to 50 or 60,000 feet. And so really what we're trying to do here is cast a pretty wide net. The property is oriented to accommodate for smaller users, about 5,000 square feet to 15,000 square feet in some of the western buildings. And then where businesses need a little larger space and larger trucks, they're on the east side of the site and up to 60,000 feet. We're generally long-term holders. Every now and then we do sell, but since my time in joining Barron, we haven't sold anything that we've developed ground up. So that's kind of our philosophy. Trying to think what else, range of businesses here. In our 150 businesses we have, it's all over the board. We have cheer studios and batting cages in some of our spaces, and distributors and manufacturers and others. So pretty intentional about the zoning here and identifying this for a pretty broad range of uses. Definitely understand that for some of the more typical warehouse oriented type use that and others, that there'll be conditional use permit required to work our way through. But yeah, that's a little bit on us, and I'm happy to answer anything else. Oh, on Franklin, that small pad that we purchased to provide access. We've done quite a few standalone retail and office buildings. We've done some bank branches up here. We've talked to coffee users, something like that. So we really were looking at that GB1 and saying, okay, does that want to be a credit union or a drive-through coffee shop, or maybe something relative to just signage and marketing for the part behind it. So pretty flexible there, but that is why we didn't really include it in our site plan. It's something we'll kind of sit around and play catch and see what business comes up. So that's my 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, do you have any questions, even though this is a testimony? Do you have any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else that had intended to testify this evening?
Mayor?
Yes.
I just wanted to clarify something. On this site plan, they are showing on the bottom of their site plan, they're showing the landscape buffer of 8 feet between the parking and the property line. And we confirmed that the 8 feet is required in the GB1 zoning. So it's not 5 feet, it's 8 feet of landscaping.
Okay. Thank you. If there is no one else intending to testify, this is an opportunity for applicant to have some closing remarks.
Great, thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a couple of items just from the questions that were asked that I wanted to clarify. And again, thanks to staff for their recommendations and going through the staff report. It's been great to work with them. In reference to the access point with Jackson's that many have asked about, that is the location that's being indicated on the map there. There is an existing access there. It does go directly onto Jackson's property. We have been in discussions with them of potentially doing a cross-access agreement to get into the site. Obviously, the more access into the site, the better. We recognize that it is an access on their site and would require some cross-access, and have either discussed doing that as emergency access only, or trying to get full access into our site. But we do have 3 other access points that will give us sufficient access if that site is not available. But it is an existing access that goes onto Jackson's property. The other item, I know we've discussed potential fencing in the area. Generally, in my experience, there isn't a lot of fencing that goes around a building like this because we are more of a commercial entity that we're trying to have visibility for the businesses that would be there. Any sort of site obstructing fence there might be a challenge for us. We have the 8-foot buffer as indicated by staff that will be landscaped to help beautify the area. The other item I want to point out is we recognized, I'm trying to see if there's a good picture for it. We recognized that with trucks and different items coming into this building, these buildings, that we oriented them such to where you wouldn't see down those alleyways from Star Road specifically. Then you can't really see it. If you zoomed in on this picture, each one of those bays behind those buildings has a screening wall attached to the building that would help hide those trucks or anything that's behind the building. And we did that anticipating that we would be able to screen the buildings a little bit better because there wasn't really a fence requirement needed there. So we've taken that into consideration with the landscaping, the buffering from the site, the screening walls, and then our buildings that are a little more aesthetically pleasing than the ones in the area, anticipating and hoping that we wouldn't have to put a site obscuring fence on the property. With that, I would stand for any questions.
Thank you. Council, do you have any questions for our applicant before we close public hearing? Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Yep.
Seeing none, I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, this is an opportunity to ask further questions of staff or for council discussion. Any discussion? Okay,
Mayor Kling.
yes.
Several of the questions that I had have been answered as far as on the landscape buffers. I think it's important that this is a very visible location, and with the additional zoning requirements, planning or design review requirements that we're placing on light industrial developments, fencing being one of them, I think that the same standard should be placed on this development as well. The signage is not going to be blocked by a partial fence, because the fencing, again, is partially a site obscuring and then can be open to the top, the extra 2 feet to a 6-foot fence. Signage is going to be at about the 28-foot level from what I see on these elevations. So I think that the fencing is something that I'd like to see similar to what we're requiring for the light industrial project. So that's my only other comment besides what I've already voiced.
Okay. Rodney?
Madam Mayor and Council, just to clarify, our design review requirements that we just adopted the last time we met here, they do not require fencing except where there's gravel parking or unimproved land that's, that is going to be improved in the future. If it's just gravel parking or something, it is required to be screened. There are standards that are in place for the type of fencing that go, essentially they have to have really nice wing walls to either side of the building. If they put in fencing, they have to follow those standards. But there's not a requirement in place to force them to fence portions of their property unless it's to screen equipment or to screen parking, gravel parking, or undeveloped property.
Okay, Christie here tonight? She's the one I had the conversation with. So if she's not here, I can't talk to her. But if that's the requirement, that's, and it's been voiced tonight, that's what I'll be following as well on other projects.
So if you don't mind me saying so, I actually was sitting here looking at it. The design is wonderful. It's absolutely the standard that we're wanting to achieve. And I think what I heard our applicants say was they put some wings at the end to help obscure the vision of the trucks. With the landscaping and parking on the exterior, if done well, it actually will be nicer than a fence. I personally wouldn't recommend a fence, and the reason I wouldn't is because when you put nice landscaping in and you have a nice parking area, the fence deteriorates over time. The only reason you'd want a fence is to really protect that property from the adjoining properties if they have their trash or whatever that isn't attractive, but this is designed in such a way, in my opinion, I wouldn't fence it because because of the level of design that's gone into it, because it's more of a retail facing. I shouldn't say retail, but the way it's designed, you're going to have business facing, right? Businesses that are in there. Personally, not in light industrial, you have ugly storage sometimes sitting outside, and that's why you need a fencing when you've designed it well. I actually don't think it needs a fence.
Mayor, I mean, we're just talking. So,
Yeah.
I just want to have fairness as far as with the clients that I have and some of the projects that we have coming forward. It's kind of mixed messages that I'm getting, so I just want to ask the question. So I'm glad for the answer because I think that's in the better interest of the developers. I just want to make sure that it's equal.
As long as the perimeter is, I would say, paved parking with, you just saw the landscaping that's surrounding it, et cetera, it's meeting the high design standards that we're looking for, and those wings are there to help protect the visual side. If all those things are in place, it should be equal, right? Yeah.
And I think, again, with the landscape buffers and the berming that's required, and who's on the clock?
I think, yeah.
Your time is up.
Your time's up.
Game's
Mayor
already
Klein.
started. Does anybody want the score?
Yeah, no.
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 Mayor Kling. Mayor Kling.
Yes, yes.
I'm just going to make a motion.
Okay,
Okay.
there you go.
I move to approve the annexation and zoning to GB1 Gateway Business zoning district and development agreement for 16.71 acre portion of the parcel, 1519 Star Road, and for Barron Properties, Shandy Light representing, and with all findings and conditions listed in the staff report. That excludes the fence.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there further discussion?
Clarification. Rodney, you mentioned item 15. It was that in our packet, so that's a part of this motion as well.
There were only 14 items, I believe. A 15th would
I
be
didn't
if
see a
we
15.
added one, which would be to comply with the site plan according to our code.
And the elevations as presented in the packet.
Yes.
Is that
So,
your
but I
mo- is
think
that
I
his
understood,
motion?
well, I understood from Rodney that we don't need to because they are required to comply with code. And so it will be the 20-foot setback because that is our code.
So are they required to go before the planning or the design review commission then with those elevations?
They are. They will have to comply with the design review standards and go before the commission. Yes.
Oh, I see. It was item 14. It wasn't 15.
Yeah,
So it's in your motion then?
it's in there, yeah.
Okay.
It's covered.
I'm good.
Okay, any further discussion?
Mayor, I just wanted to say really quickly that I appreciate Barron Properties kind of going above and beyond. This is a really important area of our city, and as we develop it, it's going to be a corridor and kind of set the standard. And so I just really appreciate them going above and really making this a nice project.
Thank you. If there's no further discussion, roll call.
Chingula,
Yes.
Reynolds,
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Bauer,
Yes.
Brunner,
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Thank you. Thank you. Item 8.3 is an action item. This is a zoning map amendment from neighborhood business to community business zoning district and a potential development agreement for the Greenhurst Square project at 2312 12th Avenue Road. This is approximately 1.03 acres for Mason and Associates, representing Mike's Place. This is an up zone to allow more uses, including a vape shop. Is our applicant here this evening? Good evening. Go ahead and give us your name and address, and thank you for joining us this evening.
Hello, my name is Angie Cuellar with Mason Associates. The address is 924 3rd Street South in Nampa. And so we went through planning and zoning Commission, and we ask for an upzone or an consideration for an increase in zone from neighborhood business to community business to allow an increase in uses in an existing building. This building is at 2310 12th Avenue at the corner of 12th Avenue and Greenhurst. And in particular, it is the Vapor Loft that has an interest in this zoning upzone so that they can have a business there. Vape shops and lofts are not allowed in the neighborhood business zone. And so that is the reason for the increase in zone request. And during the commission, the Planning and Zoning Commission, there was a few questions raised. One was about ID checks. At the time, the representatives for Vapor Loft were there, and they said they don't even allow anyone in their store without an ID check. You get ID checked when you come through the door. And so that was the answer to that question. They also asked if it was kind of compatible to other uses in the area, which it is in the same little BN zone there. There's a smoke shop. It's called Big Smoke, and there's like a Sinclair gas station that separates this property from the Big Smoke store to the east. And across the road, Walgreens also sells cigarettes, as does Albertsons. So it is compatible uses. They were initially worried about the middle school being so close. However, then they said, well, if they're checking IDs for everyone that came through the door, they surely should be able to tell when a 10-year-old is trying to come in and to purchase anything. So that kind of put their mind to ease on that. I noticed in the reading, it talks about a development agreement. I didn't think, we went over that the last time. In the conditions of approval, it's not mentioned. The owner of the property would prefer not to have a development agreement. But if it means moving forward with the project, then if it's up to you guys. If there's any concerns in particular for what the city may be concerned might be going in there, just to also let you know, Albertsons and has these CC&Rs that are quite restrictive for things that can go in there. You can't just put any business in there that Albertsons might think competes with them. And there are some CC&Rs in regards to that. So that would be the owner's preference, not to have a development agreement. And in the conditions of approval, it didn't mention it, so we agree with the two conditions of approval, of course, that are there. And with that, it's just basically, we want an increase in zone so that we can have a Vapor Loft store, and with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you. Council, do you have any questions at this time?
Do you know how close it is to the middle school?
Well, it's quite a little distance. The school is actually like a soccer field and then 12th Avenue away. You can kind of see under the green, the RA, the shadow of the schools, kind of on the west side. I actually measured at one point, Walgreens is closer. So if they really wanted to try to sneak something, they could just cross the street to Walgreens and not have to worry. We are contiguous to the BC commercial zone. So it's not like we're spot zoning.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you. We'll have you back at the end.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Staff report?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Parker Bodley, Nampa Planning and Zoning Department. As the applicant said, this is a rezone from BN to BC. We advertise a potential development agreement on everything. It's not recommended in this case unless you wish to add it. All of this is available in the staff report, so I'll try and be as brief as possible. The middle school is to the west across 12th. Walmart's to the north. History, this is part of the Meadowbrook Park subdivision, which was approved by City Council in 1977 as a PUD. That includes the BN zoned area, which is about 10 acres, RML zoned area, 34 acres, and then the RS 8.5 to the south, which was 36 acres. So these areas have remained unchanged since that time. On March 14th, the Planning and Zoning Commission voted to recommend approval of the rezone request with the findings for approval as stated in the staff report. Their discussion involved the surrounding uses, how vape shops are regulated, how the proposed business will be operated, and regional versus neighborhood commercial uses, which I'll get into. Staff finds the BC zoning district is consistent with the comp plan. The conclusions of law regarding proposed sets of uses, that gives you a significant liberty whether this project establishes a set of uses that are compatible. And this would not be a spot zone. And again, whether this would be in the interest of the public, that gives you some liberty there in your decision making. Based on the analysis that was completed, the conclusions of law, the comprehensive plan, and city code, staff can reasonably support the recommendation of approval by the commission. Should you choose to vote along those same decision. The zoning regulation, so I threw in the two definitions for these different zoning districts. The BN zone, it's typically appropriate to small shopping clusters near residential neighborhoods, whereas the BC zoning district, it establishes a wide range of retail services, serving both long and short-term needs in compact locations, typically appropriate to commercial clusters near intersections of major thoroughfares. And then we can get into the sets of uses as well. I've included those. So here's an aerial view of the location. So these are the uses, both permitted outright and conditionally for each zone. There's some on the next slide for BC. The ones on the left are for BN, and that chart encompasses all of those permitted uses. And then this slide continues with the BC uses. So you can see there's a substantial amount of BC uses that are permitted. And we can refer back to this, as I'm sure you'll have other questions. While the applicant is representing a vape shop, we should also look beyond that. If you choose to approve it, there could be other uses that occupy the space other than that. That business could be just a short-term thing. And zoning is beyond short-term. The correspondence, they need to comply with Title IV. There's a Wilson Drain. This building's already constructed, so there isn't really any concern there. Again, the building is already constructed. Engineering doesn't have anything additional to comment on. The land uses in the area, there's a wide range of services, including restaurants, fuel stations, salons, grocery stores, other retail shops. Also a number of residences nearby, and the South Middle School across 12th. As I stated, the property's been Zone BN since 1977. And this is being proposed for the vape shop use. Their uses, we can refer back to the chart, but there's an abundance of more uses that are allowed in BC. Most of the uses in BC are also permitted in BN. So if you're going to approve the rezone, there's a wider variety. Design review applies to both zones. Dimensional standards wise, they have similar setbacks, different building height allowances. The building height allowance in BN is not to exceed 30 feet, and there is not a limit in BC. Both zones require landscaping where they're adjacent to residential. So I include those in case there's ever a redevelopment of the property, so you're aware of those differences. Regarding the comprehensive plan, it's designated as commercial. We put these in different categories commercially. So there's neighborhood commercial, looking at the highlighted red text. Neighborhood commercial supports small-scale commercial uses within proximity of residential development. Commercial building environmental footprints will be small in comparison to the larger commercial building complexes. This land use could also be designed to act as a transitional buffer between the more intense non-residential uses and high-density residential uses. Whereas the regional commercial designation, this is more of your BC zoning district, provides the city and region with a wide range of goods and services. They may include high-density residential uses in appropriate settings. Districts should be relatively compact, located along roadways in larger commercial districts. So the staff analysis regarding those definitions, due to the parcel being located at the intersection of two arterial roadways, which are highly traveled and serve the larger area, the regional commercial seems to be the best fit. With that being said, the specific land uses that accompany the BC zoning are a separate matter, in which they should not necessarily be decided on a case-by-case basis, except through a development agreement if you wish to go that route. When a zoning district is established, those sets of uses that accompany that zone are given to those properties. And those sets of uses that accompany that zoning district have been agreed upon in the past by city council. So we should really look at zoning separate than each specific land use within that zoning district. The conditions of approval are really basic. Again, this isn't redevelopment. This is just a rezone for this applicant. Potential motion, and we can go to questions. I'll answer any questions.
Mayor Kling.
Thank you, Parker. Yes, Councilman Haverfield.
So the Albertsons store that's in that zone, I was trying to find where it would fall under as a permitted use in the business neighborhood. Is that under just general retail? Is that the classification that Albertsons would have?
Mayor and Councilman, yeah, it's at that time it may have fallen under a different definitions. Our sorry.
So it
our
was,
definitions change sometimes. But
it was a conforming use at some point?
yeah.
Okay, so it wasn't approved by condition? You okay?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. And they're just talking about that corner area that's hatched is what's being asked to be changed to a BC.
Correct. Just that one parcel.
Okay, thank you.
Do you have a question?
I do.
Okay.
Parker, is there any code, well, within this code, is there anything that says how far either, because within this BC zone, it says that you can have a liquor store, a tobacco shop, or a vape shop. That does not include the BN zone, that's just the BC zone. Is there anything that requires X amount of feet from a school for these things to be in there?
Mayor and Councilwoman, the zoning code does not have that designation. There's other titles that have regulations for alcohol sales and adult entertainment businesses, but I don't believe vape shop is part of that
The
restriction.
question was alcohol sales, are,
Yeah.
because
it's permitted in the BC's.
Right, but they have to be a certain number of feet from parks, churches, schools.
Right, so the liquor store does, but not a tobacco shop and not a vape shop.
Yeah, that's correct. We can verify, but yeah, it's in a different title, so
That's correct,
But
Mayor.
alcohol-
So tobacco shops and vape shops do not have a restriction from school.
So a rezone to business commercial allows for alcohol if we were to rezone. Without a development agreement, that would be an allowable use there. And there is a restriction in an sale of alcohol next to a school. But is it the distance of the school or the school property?
So, Mayor, I wouldn't get too hung up on that because the license for alcohol sales is what restricts that. So you could have the zoning that permits the land use for alcohol sales, but to get your license, you have to be a certain distance from the school.
Okay, thank you.
Just a thought for council, and I don't know what kind of a hairball this would create, but we might want to look at that in the future and maybe extract these things and create a different zone or code for these things, or put some sort of a restriction, just a thought, I don't know, just throwing it out there. It is somewhat concerning. These are young kids. We need to protect them, so.
Are there any other questions for Parker? Yes.
One. So the Albertson store that sells alcohol and sells tobacco, was it approved in the, and that's why I asked the question before, in the neighborhood business zone? What came first, the school or Albertsons? Was there an issue at some point in time with alcohol sales being closed container? I mean, is it approved that way because it's not on premises?
Mayor and Councilman, so the alcohol licenses are broken into different types of uses. So there's open container or service.
Consumption on site or
Right.
not? Okay.
The closed, I'm not sure what you refer to as, just sales of bottles, right, does not restrict you to a certain distance, if I remember correctly.
So that was my
Rodney can
question on the
verify
general
that.
retail. Does that cover alcohol sales within Albertsons?
The primary use is just general retail as a grocery store, and they don't sell majority in alcohol. But that's generally how we determine what your primary use is. If it's, you're selling mostly alcohol, then you're, a bar or a.
Sure. Well, that's regulated by the state as well, but
Right.
wine and beer sales happen within Albertsons now, so, but it's in a neighborhood business zone, so next to a school. So I see just the conflicts personally, but.
Okay, Rodney?
Mayor, I actually am kind of looking to Shar since she is the one that oversees those licenses. But my recollection is that we've worked with the attorney in the past and said that alcohol open container sales can't be within, is it 300 feet? And the current, I just measured it from the school building, and it's also, the attorney has told us that that was in the past, I think this was before Borton and Lakey, was from door to door. Is that correct? Okay. So the current, so it's building to building, or is it property to?
Madam Mayor, it's from the door of the establishment that is selling
That's
the
right.
license to the property line of the school, excuse me, not school, it's church.
Oh.
Is it school? It's school too, yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any other questions? We do have a public hearing, although I don't believe we have anyone signed up. So are there any other questions at this time? Oh, we do. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, thank you. So we do have one person signed up. Thank you for sharing. We have another person signed up too. So we'll start with you, and feel free to share your name and address.
Yeah, my name is Eric Skoglund. I live at 469 Morning Sun Drive. So can you pull up the first image that you had? That works. So my residence is just on the other side of South Middle School. And as I visit this shopping center all the time. And as you as a council consider whether to make an exception to this and permit the change from neighborhood business to commercial business, I think there's a couple things that should compel you to say no in that regard. So I'm opposed to this request. So the couple things that come to my mind and why I would want to sway you to say no is, does it fit within this community? And is there a business need for this type of a business? So there are two other vape businesses nearby here. If you go just across the parking lot of Walmart to the north, there's two other vape businesses in that commercial business zone. So they have complied with the zoning that has been mapped out thoughtfully. And I heard you say that this was a neighborhood business since 1977. So sometimes the old adage, what's working for the last 45 years is probably still working. One of the comments that I saw that you had up there was that neighborhood business is a good fit between when you're transitioning from single family into other types of neighborhoods. And as you progress north, there are more multifamily as you get up past Walmart and up by the rec center. So this is a transitioning area of the neighborhood. But south of Greenhurst, it's primarily single-family homes, with the exception of maybe one or two of multifamily. So I think this is a good fit, being neighborhood business. If you make an exception in this corner of this neighborhood business zone, then what's to say that a little further south or right along Albertsons, where there is Papa Murphy's, Subway, other neighborhood business type of businesses, what's to say that they can't make a request for another vape shop? I can already, from walking from Albertsons to the rec center, past two vape shops, I can get cigarettes, as the applicant pointed out, at Walgreens, Albertsons, Walmart, Big Smoke. So there's plenty of opportunity already there for business of that type. So I don't see the need for that type of a business. And there's certainly other opportunities, other zones that are community business in Nampa. So I don't see the need to make an exception. I think neighborhood business is actually a zone that's not as common throughout the community. And I get that community business does allow more variety of businesses to come in, which sounds good on the surface. But if the businesses that are coming in are already diluted, I don't see the need to encourage more of that. So there you go.
Thank you very much. And I believe I saw a hand for another testimony. Go ahead and come forward. Give us your name and your address. Thank you.
My name is Jeremy Forsey. I live at 5622 Howard Lane in Nampa. It's nice to see you, Mayor Kling and council members. I'm a horrible, terrible speaker, so go easy on me. I get anxiety. I'm one of the owners of Vapor Loft. We're one of the largest chains of vapor stores in the state of Idaho, and especially the Treasure Valley. We care about your kids, too. I care about my own kids. We have never had a violation by health and welfare. We have never had a violation by the police, and we card everyone that comes into our stores. I respect the gentleman that was just up speaking, but there's a tobacco connection located right in his parking lot that sells vapes. And I know this because I supply them to them. So there is a vape store there. So if we were going to have a vape store, I would think it would be a vapor loft. All of our locations are going on 8 years plus, and we already have another one in Nampa that does really well. And we take good care of the people. We're proponents for children. We donate to the American Lung Association. We care about what we do. And in our opinion, we're saving lives. People aren't smoking cigarettes. That's all I've got to say, so thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Is there anyone else that did not get signed up that had intended to testify this evening? Okay, seeing none. This is an opportunity for our applicant to come back with any closing comments. So I think it was Angie.
Hello, this is Angie Cuellar with Mason Associates, 924 3rd Street South. I just wanted to address the location of where it's at. It is contiguous to the community business. It is in the comprehensive plan as commercial. They are just looking for an increase. And what I failed to mention the first time is that they did look for other places to put the vapor loft, and they could not find another retail place in this area. If the market is saturated with too much smoke and too much vapor, they will fail, and another business will go in. That little corner I see has a large turnover. But if they succeed, then obviously there was a demand for their services. And my guess is they just might succeed. And as I already pointed out, Albertsons, Big Smoke, which is on the little, hey, Parker, can you bring up the picture there? Big Smoke's the one with the little, next to Pizza Hut there, with the little orange. So there's already, and that's the one the gentleman was referring to that sells his product in there already. And so that's just kind of what I wanted to clear up. Also, the due card, I think it's a good use for the property. And with that, I am done.
Thank you. Council, do you have any questions?
Oh, yes.
Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Council, do you have any other questions at all for the applicant? Because we will stand for a motion to close public hearing. Okay,
Make that motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Okay. This is an opportunity for discussion and recommendations from the council.
Madam Mayor, I have a question for Rodney. So it's my understanding that in the Big Smoke, they're already selling vape. Why is that allowed if it's not supposed to be there?
We knew you were going to ask that. Unfortunately, this has happened in the past when the building department was not coordinating as well with the planning and zoning department. And so they issued a building permit and certificate of occupancy without routing it to planning and zoning. So it's not compliant with our standards, but we issued a building permit. And I don't know the legal ramifications there, but that's the situation. That's what happened. If it were to come to us, we would say that's not a permitted use.
So if a new occupant decided to come into that building at that time, you could deny occupancy because it is not fitting within the zone?
Correct.
Would that be correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Rodney.
Mayor,
Yes.
discussion. I'll be voting no. I feel like that transition zoning needs to be there, especially with just don't think it's compatible with the business right next to it. The sushi place, GNC, cell phone place, Walgreens, so we vote no.
Thank you for your comments. I'm hesitant to share, but, I think principally, I think we need to be careful when we have something zoned neighborhood business, and two things. Is it in the interest of the public? And is it compatible with a residential neighborhood? When that was originally zoned neighborhood business, it was zoned that for a reason, because it was the continuation of the single-family residential up to that point, with across the street then being business commercial. I think as a council, there is a concern about being consistent in the decisions that we make. And even though, with all due respect, it's saying it's not a spot zone, principally, it's following a spot zoning request that we want to change this one area to a different zone for a single use, when there has been a long-term plan that's set there for many years that it is neighborhood business and it was intended that way. And I feel like, in my opinion, I don't think it's a good principle as a city to be taking and making a decision on one single little parcel for a single business when it isn't necessarily, it is compatible across the street, but on that corner, it is neighborhood business. And that's how it was originally zoned. And my recommendation is that we stay there.
Mayor, I'll just make the motion to deny the zoning map amendment from BN Neighborhood Business to BC Community Business Zoning District for Greenhurst Square Project at 2310 12th Avenue Road for Mason Associates representing Mike's Place LLC, mainly for the reason of not compatible to adjoining businesses.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there discussion? Roll call.
Yes.
Sorry. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Everfield.
Yes.
Bauer.
Yes.
Brunner.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
All righty. Okay. We're going to move on to 8.4 on the agenda. This is our last public hearing of the evening. This is an action item. It's annexation and zoning to RS6 single-family residential for a 3.35 acre parcel at 2702 Southside Boulevard. This is for the Buddhist Society of Idaho. And is our applicant here this evening? Good evening.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council. Stephanie Hopkins with KM Engineering. My address is 5725 North Discovery Way in Boise. I'm here, thank you for having us here this evening. I'd like to echo what a gentleman earlier said and how wonderful it is to work with your staff. They're really accommodating and very responsive and just super helpful on every project I've worked on. So thank you guys. So I'm here representing the Buddhist Society of Idaho. We're requesting to annex and zone this piece of property to accommodate a future facility for their community. We are contiguous to city limits and are consistent with our request. We're requesting the RS6 zone, which is a single-family residential district. We're adjacent to RS6 to the south, RS7 to the east, and there's other residentially zoned property in the area. There is business community district zoning up to the north near Greenhurst and Southside Boulevard. This property is at it's east of Southside Boulevard and approximately 1,300 feet south of Greenhurst and approximately 2,000 feet north of Ronald Reagan Elementary. I did hold a neighborhood meeting at Ronald Reagan Elementary. There were no attendees. They are planning to use the existing residence, which is under 3,000 square feet on the property to accommodate monks to live on site. This is a zoom in of this area, and this is the part of the site that they're planning on improving. There will be a new temple building located in the center of the site. It's about 3,300 square feet. There will be a plaza with some walkway area as well as seating in between the existing residents that'll be retained in the new temple. They're also planning to retain a storage building that's further to the east. And adjacent to another plaza space. There's parking proposed to the north and east. A 26-foot drive aisle will serve as the primary access from Southside Boulevard. And overall, there are 53 parking spaces with 3 ADA parking stalls proposed. The eastern portion of the property will remain unimproved. There's a pretty large irrigation easement to the east, and so they're planning on just kind of leaving that in its natural state. The building will be pretty neat looking. It's going to include, sorry, that was these are the elevations. It'll comply with code requirements as far as height. There will be some neat glazing and some architectural details. They've designed it to reflect the traditional Buddhist temples in Thailand. And so they're actually going to be shipping materials over from Thailand, which is kind of cool. Materials will consist of stucco, concrete roof tiles, and a variety of glazing materials. So we appreciate staff's help on this project and coordination. We're in agreement with the staff report and the conditions of approval, and I can stand for questions if you have them. I do think our client might be online too if you have questions about the specifics of their operation.
Thank
So,
you,
thank
Stephanie.
you.
Thank you. Council, do you have any questions at this time? Yes.
I see you have a neighborhood meeting, but I didn't see any names on the list.
Madam Mayor, Councilman Rodriguez, that's correct. I held a neighborhood meeting at Ronald Reagan Elementary. I was there for about a half an hour. Nobody showed up.
Nobody showed up?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Mayor Kling?
Yes.
So Stephanie, the parking requirement, what is the anticipated seating capacity in the temple itself?
Madam Mayor, Councilman Haverfield, I don't know that they have, I might have the elevations here or the floor plan that I can tell. I know the last time we spoke about it, they're expecting their congregation to consist of about 50 people. Let me see if they have seating indicated.
If it's only 50, that's not a problem. I was just wondering if it's going to be more than that. The parking isn't developed to that level.
Councilman Haverfield, I don't see anything indicating the number of seats. They have a main hall, a break room, and then some offices, but I think that their congregation will be small enough that the number of parking stalls should be sufficient.
Any other questions?
Oh, darn, I saw the score.
All right. Okay, if there are no questions at this time, we'll go to staff report. Stephanie, we'll have you back.
Okay, thank
Thank
you.
you so much. Okay, Parker, is this one yours also? Okay.
All right, let me pull it up here. Sometimes it doesn't want to work right. Okay, thank you, Mayor and Council. The Parker Bodley, Nampa Planning and Zoning. This is annexation request for RS 6 zoning. I'll be pretty brief. This is pretty basic. Single-family homes with some county single-family residences around it. Utilities are available. Staff finds that the RS6 zoning is consistent and able to be annexed. The staff recommended findings are in the staff report. We don't really have any issues with it. The church religious facility is a permitted use in the RS zoning district. The existing home could be seen as an accessory to the religious facility. However, we would recommend the condition that it be split in case the house ever be used independently. They have that option to sell it off as a separate use. The applicant covered the site plan. This was approved for a conditional use permit back in Cannon County in 2019. They didn't have any record of any of the conditions being met. With that being said, they're going to have to go through the building department and they'll have to get building permits and go through that review. The development is 1.9 miles from Fire Station 2, response time of 6 minutes. There's a little Elijah drain with the easements. There's no development proposed back there. Right-of-way dedication, frontage improvements, all of that good stuff upon development. Let's see, future land use map is medium density, which the R6 zoning meets that requirement. Religious facilities are generally low impact use, depending on noise pollution and traffic generation, but it seems to be pretty low impact here. RLUPA is a federal law passed in 2000, sets a strict standard on what a city can regulate or restrict for a religious institute. In most cases, it's best to avoid regulations or restrictions as much as possible unless you can show a compelling interest. Doesn't really seem to be a case here, just to avoid some unnecessary restrictions. Traffic impact study is not required here. They would have to meet any zoning subdivision code if they're going to develop further. The property is infill, and conditions of approval are in the staff report. I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you, Parker. Are there any questions?
Parker, is this abutting, I'm sorry, Mayor, I guess I got your approval to talk.
Yes.
Is this abutting residential then on the two sides?
There is
Commercial?
A county single-family house here, adjacent to where the proposed building will be. Mossy Creek is to the eastern half of the south.
So what are the setback, or what are the landscape buffer requirements for the residential?
In our residential zone, there is just a 5-foot setback.
5 foot, and then fencing, 6-foot fencing?
It's not required.
Between a church and the,
Yeah, correct.
okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions at this time for Parker? Okay, Parker, thank you. We'll have you back with questions. This is a public hearing, and I'm seeing that there is no one signed up. Okay, so we do not have anyone signed up to testify in support of or in opposition to this particular property. Is there anyone here that had intended to testify? Seeing no one, the applicant has the opportunity to come back and provide us some closing comments and stand for any further questions.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't have a whole lot to add. I think this will be a nice addition to this area of Nampa, and I know our client's really excited to get to work on it, so I'll stand for questions if you have any.
Thank you, yes.
So Stephanie, the intent is for the house to be separated from the church site?
Madam
Is that
Mayor,
correct?
Councilman Haverfield, that's staff's request, yeah, and our client's amenable to that. I don't think they have a preference either way. Their intention's to use them together.
So where would the line of delineation be between the residence's backyard, I guess, and the temple property?
Madam Mayor, Councilman Haverfield, we probably, I'm guessing, would want to keep the plaza space as much with the church use as we could, and so we would probably just make sure we're complying to setback requirements and split it there.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Is that the only way to do that? I'm just thinking, so staff is actually requesting that they separate it out because they cannot use the single family in relationship with their other development and an RS? Could you explain, help me better understand the why behind that?
Mayor, they can use it as an accessory to the temple, but in case the residents of that house are no longer associated with the temple, then you've got two primary uses, right? One is a primary residence and the other is the church on one parcel. So we'd rather get ahead of it and have them separated so that you can have two primary uses should they sell it off.
So would you be allowed, though, if someone chose to live that's associated with this use, they chose to live in the home, it'd be like a pastor-type environment, are you saying they would not be allowed to do that?
They can do that, Mayor. They can, anybody can live there associated with the church. It's by them having it on separate lot, it didn't really have an impact on what they're proposing or wanting to do. Just in future uses, should they sell it.
So then they have to, would they be required then to do a parcel, a separation, that they go through the city and do all that? But it's not, it's just recommended, it's not required.
We put it as a condition, right?
Correct. It's a recommended condition. It's not required because it's an accessory to the temple, but we're trying to prevent any future issues.
Wouldn't that be their?
Mayor, maybe I
okay.
should speak up. I'm the one that recommended this.
I'm trying to understand the why behind it, because it almost seems like an unnecessary request of the city, but please explain.
It is unnecessary at this point. Our concern is, let's say 10 years down the road, they are not using that for their, I think that's for the monks. They have 2 monks that were going to be in the home, and they're not associated anymore with the temple. When they transition, let's say they start renting out that property in the front, that home in the front, we're just recommending that it'll be a lot cleaner at that point if it's a separate use, because you can't have a residential property as the primary use and have another primary use. That does not comply with city code. So if they start renting it out to anybody, or let's say they can't, there's all kinds of reasons why they would use that home for different purposes than just the monks at the temple. We're not saying they don't do that. We're just saying that for future purposes, we just want to make it as clean as possible so there's no conflict in our code. And it's a really simple process at time of annexation. They just have to do a property boundary adjustment, really simple process.
For 2 separate parcels and 2 separate land uses.
Correct.
Okay. I'm just thinking about the risk of having a separate land use,
Mhm.
that there is also a risk associated with that. But anyway, I'll leave it at that. Are there any further questions?
Mayor Kling.
Yes.
So the frontage improvements on South Side, is it the full frontage in front of the residence as well?
Madam Mayor, Councilman Haverfield, that's my understanding, but staff may need to clarify. I don't know that I remember.
Mayor, Councilman Haverfield, yes, the requirements were that they do the frontage improvements, the sidewalk, and those other code required improvements along both properties before and after the split.
Okay. So if there is a lot split, would there be a joint access agreement or something, or would this be a flag-shaped lot to access the temple behind that house?
Mayor, Councilman Haverfield, one of the conditions that we've talked to them about is that the home would take access off of the new drive aisle. And so you can see the proximity to the existing driveway there. That's closer than we would want to see a new approach, so they would get rid of the old approach. The house driveway would then come off of the existing new approach. We would work with them on where those property lines go, and if a cross-access was needed, that would be all part of the lot split process after the fact.
And then right-of-way, is there any additional right-of-way needed on South Side? As far as, it's hard to read.
Mayor, Councilman Haverfield, yes, there is a right-of-way dedication that will be required with this annexation.
So
for
the
full
improvements as
property.
shown, would they be further back? Is that in the location that they'll end up being?
I don't know that right off the top of my head, but as with the previous public hearing, they will have to meet all code requirements, and we will review those at the time of building permits and lot split.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for Stephanie at this time before we close public hearing? Okay. Stephanie, thank you. Any closing
you.
remarks? Are you good?
I'm good. Thank you. Appreciate
Thank you
it.
so much. Okay, I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
What is the will of the council?
Mayor, I'll keep my thoughts very quick. Freedom of religion, right to worship. I think this is an awesome addition to our community. So thanks for coming here.
Any other comments? What is the will of the council?
Make a motion.
Yeah, I will make a motion to approve the annexation and zoning for RS6, single-family residential zoning district for a 3.35 acre parcel at 2702 Southside Boulevard for a Buddhist Society of Idaho, with all conditions listed in the staff report, and to adopt the proposed findings of approval as stated in staff report.
Is there a second?
I'll second. I'm just waiting for that side to do something.
It's been moved and seconded, and I just have a real quick question.
Want to know what
Yeah.
the score is?
I have a quick question about the development agreement. So we have not included a development agreement on this particular one, and I just want to ensure that there isn't anything that's needed in a development agreement, that we haven't missed something, just for the future. Are there any restrictions that should have been placed with this for future use? What I'm thinking is, if the land use changes, right now it is zoned RS6, and so with that, if the land use changed, it would be an RS6 opportunity, right? Okay. So we've not asked for an increase in setbacks. We haven't asked for a fence. So, and I guess the property split is in the conditions of approval, right? Requiring that, and I'll trust your judgment. Okay, so are we missing anything? If we aren't,
I was just going to make the comment that in the past, churches would have to be a conditional use approval in an RS6 zone, but that went away. So it's no longer a conditional use requirement in Nampa. So, so that's why it's not a part of this request at this time.
typically would a church, though, have a setback any different? Because this is more of a church environment, not a residential environment with a 5-foot setback. So it sounds like the 5-foot setback is still in place, even though it's not residential. And so I'm not sure in a non-residential use, is this, I know in the business gateway business, it's 8 foot. And so that would be just the question, is if the setbacks or if there's any fencing. But I just want to make sure that we're not being too quick and that we're making sure we're considering what we need to consider, since it's not going to be residential use.
Mayor?
Residential would probably require a fence. But go ahead.
Right. Mayor, that's why I asked the question as far as what the landscape requirements are. And the answer was 5 feet, I believe.
Okay.
Abutting residential, and no fence requirements. So I'm not sure what to say about the fencing at this point. It seems prudent that they would want to have fencing
Right.
personally, but
I would, yeah.
I don't know, I just go off the recommendations of staff as to what they're saying.
Okay. Is there a design approval process here? There's no design approval?
No, there's no design review required.
So our building heights, as far as the height of the building, it's restricted via the zone, correct?
Yes.
But there's no design required. Did there used to be any kind of design required with churches? Nope.
Mayor, design review is according to the zone. The requirement is by zone. We don't have a requirement for RS zone, so being in this zone, it doesn't apply. If it were commercially zoned, then it would.
I think in the future, we need to talk about churches as it relates to any design approval or setbacks when they're in residential zones. I think our code, it concerns me, not for this particular one, but in the future. I mean, it just causes me to think about it. So just for food for thought as we look to the future.
Mayor, and agreed, we can talk about that. I think we've got that coming up on April 20th, that we are going to talk about residential design. We could include that in that discussion at that point. But I would also just remind us that you can always put a condition on there. So if there's a desire to have fencing to mitigate concerns with the residential in the area, you can require that of this development and put that as a condition of approval.
Yes.
Rodney, I just noticed something that I should have asked sooner, but in looking at this site development plan, it appears that there's an area called storage between the temple and whatever that entity is to the east. Is is that east? Yeah, to the east of it. Is that a building that's staying?
Mayor and Councilman, that's an existing building that's staying.
Could you highlight that? I'm not, which building are you referring to? On the eastern edge,
Right in the middle between, just to the east of the temple. And is that another building then to the east of it? Or is that just a plaza? Okay,
It looks like a plaza
okay. So,
monument.
so what is stored in that building? Is that a church-related use?
Mayor and
storing
Councilman,
cars in
it
there,
would
or-
be accessory to the religious facility. We don't necessarily regulate what they store inside of it.
So is it a compatible structure to the temple itself?
As an existing building, it's essentially grandfathered in.
As long as it's separated from the building, it appears to be by 20 feet. So is there a driveway then that runs along that south boundary line?
That is all landscaped area.
So that access point that, it shows a curb cut there, is that going away? We talked about the driveway to the main house. The driveway immediately south of the main house, does that go away as well?
Mayor, Councilman Haverfield, that's what I would envision. Ultimately, if you want to hear from the applicant to verify that, you would need to open the public hearing up to council. That it appeared that I got a head nod that yes, that would go away, but
What would be the requirement by the city? We talked about removing the access driveway to the main house. Is the other one too close to the driveway that's being created for the church?
they are, as an existing driveway, it's not one that was as concerning. I don't believe we commented that it had to go away. We would not have any problem with it going away, though.
So should that be a condition of approval?
That would, I would leave that up to the council if they desire it to. It's not one that it's not a high enough use, high enough volume use that it's concerning to staff.
Do you know what that storage building's being used for then?
It would be, as Parker said, accessory use to the church. It would not be something that they could rent out as an additional storage. It would be storage for the church.
so I think we do have a motion and a second on the table, but I think we are going to have a recommended amendment to our motion related to the fencing possibly.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to amend, to add fencing on the south side of the property.
And then the second, whoever second.
I'm fine, I did, Mayor, I'm fine in amending it to fencing on the south side.
Okay. The question is, do we need, so there is an amendment to the motion to add fencing on the south side. Do we need to specify that that is a privacy fencing, vinyl structure? Is that correct?
Mayor, I would recommend that.
Okay, so would that be in your motion, a privacy fence that's, yeah. There is a motion and a second, just confirming.
Yeah, do we need to put the type of material or what kind of amendment?
Correct. You probably need to provide the type of material and I think the applicant is probably going to wonder how much of that southern boundary, in a residential zone, they can't go to 6 feet out in front of the home. So I guess my question is it from the front of the building to the back of the property, all the way, the length there? So specify the material and then maybe the height, which is 6 feet, I think you're saying, and then the distance, I'm assuming from the back of the front building to the back corner of the developed portion of the property, which is on that bottom property, or that bottom
parking places.
depiction, yeah, it's right by that parking and the landscaping associated with it.
Mayor Kling?
Yes.
So can I get Daniel to get a head nod from the applicant if the driveway along the southern boundary is going away? Because right now, it appears to be on the property line, so there's no landscape buffer being provided.
If there's a fence there and they were allowed to use that driveway only for storage purposes, just for in and out or whatever, not for a major ingress egress location, would that be an allowable use, since it's already?
So Mayor, the applicant's client is online.
Okay.
And so if we did open the public hearing back up, if we canceled the motion, opened the public hearing back up, he could speak to what they were planning to use that for and whether they would be willing to get rid of that access. It does appear that that is the only access necessarily to the doors of that storage structure. So depending on, as I said, depending on the use of it, I don't envision it being enough traffic that it would concern us with.
But
that
isn't there a
being-
5-foot buffer required for landscaping along that southern boundary line?
There is a 5-foot setback. That does not mean that it has to be landscaped.
Building
There's
setback,
a
then.
5-foot setback that they cannot put any buildings in. A drive aisle in there would be perfectly fine per the zoning code.
And then as long as it's fenced, it actually would be fine. If you've got a 6-foot sightline fence, right, all along that area, it would be protected. It would protect that area, but it would still allow them that drive aisle for access for storage purposes. Right, and you wouldn't be opposed to that?
No, I would
Okay,
not.
and then we wouldn't need to reopen anything. We just leave it there. We allow them to access the storage using that area, but their primary access is the other. And we just leave the motion as it states with a 6-foot privacy fence. Is that, are we okay with that? Nope. Yep. Okay,
Madam Mayor,
yes.
so just to clarify that fence length, if you stop in front of the home, it's approximately, if you went from the east side to the west, it's approximately 532 feet, pretty close.
It's long. Okay, is there any further discussion? And do we have clarity on our motion?
Supposed to have the kind of fence, right?
So the amended motion is the vinyl fence of the 6-foot privacy fence, and then that goes from the front to the back corner of the developed property.
Right, from here?
Correct.
You only talking along the south boundary line? Not on the north? Not on the east,
Just the south.
just the south?
I guess my,
I re-second that motion.
But we do have a landscape buffer on the north property line
and a drive aisle.
and a drive aisle.
Okay, is there any further discussion? Do we have clarity in the motion? Are we good to move forward? Roll call.
Rodriguez,
No.
Reynolds,
Yes.
Everfield,
I'm just going to say, I wouldn't design it this way, but I'll approve the motion.
Bauer,
Yes.
Brunner,
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
5 in favor, 1 opposed, motion carries.
Okay, we've been sitting here for a long time, and I know we want to get done. Could we take just a 5-minute break, and then we're going to come back and we're going to power through the rest of our meeting? And thank you all. Daniel, you're going to be up first. I think we're waiting. We need a couple people. Yeah.
Sebastian, don't you know there's a law when you have to put a baby to bed? So. Yes, I
Okay.
remember.
I think we're going to go ahead and get started. Daniel, thank you. We're going to go back to section 6 in our agenda, staff communications, and Daniel Badger is going to give us an update on the elevated tank replacement. Thank you, Daniel.
Mayor, council, so it's been a long time coming, and a number of the council were not here when we started this process to replace the elevated tank. So the mayor asked that we give a little bit of update on where we're at and some of the decisions that council's already made to replace the elevated tank there on I-84 and 11th. So we're going to have a project overview, kind of talk about the previous council actions, current status, and next steps. So the project overview, the current city water system has 2 water storage reservoirs. The original one on I-84, the elevated tank there, was installed in 1971, 72. And the newer one was installed in 2009 that is down on 12th Avenue on the south side of town. So the project we have is to replace the existing 500,000 gallon water tank there at 11th with a 1 million gallon tank or 1.5 million gallon tank with a new well and new booster station to accompany that. So we went through a site selection process with the council previously. Keller and Associates did the study for us. They looked at 3 or 4 different sites, and we determined based on cost benefit and other considerations with council that we would go ahead and remove the existing elevated tank and replace it with an at-grade tank there. In addition to that decision, we went through with council to identify what the new tank would look like. These are the renderings of what the tank will look like at that location. So you can see there what it will look like, both travel directions on the freeway. The building next, just to the left of that, will be the new booster station and well facility. So current status, the design is completed. We are working through our final processes with DEQ to get approval. There were some water quality issues with the well. That was the old well 8. We've re-drilled that, and there are some water quality issues with that, and so they've had to go do some minor adjustments to the design to allow us to mix that water with the low zone water so that we can meet the water quality standards. And so we're waiting for those final approvals. So our next steps from there is that we should have those final DEQ approvals in the next 2 to 3 months. From there, we'll go to bidding, and then construction, we're anticipating at about an 18-month construction window for that. But we should see the actual elevated tank come down this calendar year. And any questions?
The funding is, do we have the funding secured?
So the funding is secured. There is ARPA funds that will help pay for this, as well as just water department funds, as well as in the utility impact fees. The new tank will be 2/3 of that will be eligible for impact fees. So we will fund that initially, and then impact fees will pay the water fund back for that.
Thank you. That's great. Council, do you have any questions yet?
Mayor?
Yes.
So will the bid documents be available for us to look at?
We can make those available to you if you would like. It will be a formal bidding process, and that.
So it'll be an RFP? and the documents to be attached?
It will not be an RFP, it will be an actual, just competitive bid.
Okay. Yeah, I'd like to see the bid documents if that'd be okay.
Okay, we will, when we get those completed and stuff, we'll get them over to you to review.
Send me a PDF or whatever. Thank
Yep.
you.
Are there any other questions? Daniel, thank you. Appreciate that update.
Not a problem.
Good job. Tom Points. Good evening, Tom. Thank you to staff for staying so late. I apologize. I see several staff.
Evening, Mayor, Council. I'll be brief. I know it's starting to get late. So I just wanted to give you an update on the drought task force mainly. Good news, we've got lots of snow this year. It's a totally different story than last year when I was up here. But we're still moving forward with the drought task force just for future years and general water conservation and best watering practices. So the team's actually put together a draft water-wise landscape guide. So it talks about soil types of seedings and plantings that are drought resistance and maintenance considerations. So it's a pretty cool, lots of good information in there. We've learned a lot in the past 12 months from the UVI Soil Conservation Service and some of the water associations across the valley. So we've taken all that information and put it into this guide and would like to hand that out at the workshop that we're going to have again with Zamzows on April 13th here in Nampa. So that's my report, and I'll stand for any questions.
On the date still, we can't, we're still working on the date.
Oh.
We can't confirm that date.
Okay.
So could you repeat what was just said, because they didn't hear?
Jeff says the date is tentative. That's not a final date yet on the Zamzows. He's still working on it.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you. Thank you. Any further questions? Comments? Thank you, Tom.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. As we go into new business items, I'm going to get out of order here. I want to start with item 7.2, Jeannie Strohmeyer's Family Justice Center. It's an action item requesting approval to apply for the Enhanced Collaborative Model Task Force to Combat Human Trafficking Grant for the Office of Victims of Crime in the amount of $750,000 over a 3-year period.
So moved. Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion or questions? Seeing none, roll call.
Brunner,
Yes, and thanks, Jeannie, for staying for that.
So sorry.
Jangula,
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Bauer,
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Thank you. Then I'd like to go to item 7.5. This is Brian Foster. And Brian, are you going to come forward? Okay, thank you. And Brian, I'm sorry you had to stay so late for this one. Thank you.
No problem. Good evening, Mayor and Council. So, as you know, I'm sure you've heard plenty about this project. It's a citywide project. This portion of the project is for the actual physical building remodel that will house the traffic management system and incident command center for the ITS IVAS project. So, for this portion of the project, we put this out as a formal bid, of which was advertised in the paper and was available in all the plan rooms. Additionally, we contacted a number of local general contractors that we typically have done business with, just to make sure that it was on everybody's radar. We held a pre-bid meeting. We had 4 in attendance, and of those 4, we did receive 1 bid. The good news is that bidder met all the requirements, all the licensing requirements, and was within budget, and everything looked good on that end. Legally was reviewed, and we are prepared to recommend that we award contract to Triple G Construction for the total amount of $352,458, which includes the base bid of $296,410 with an ad alternate, the only ad alternate for $56,048.
Thank you, Brian. I do think that we had some questions arise on this one, and so Councilman Reynolds.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, we just had the one bid on this project. I was a little concerned about the numbers, and in today's construction environment, we are getting multiple numbers. I would like to see this to be continued for further discussion and talk about possibly rejecting all bids and getting it rebid.
Okay. Thank you. So are there questions from the council members?
Mayor, you're gonna have to excuse my ignorance on this, I apologize. So when I saw the Hughes Nickel Public Safety Building, this is not police related. This
It is the
is,
police building.
it is the police
This
building,
is.
but this project is police or not police?
It is for police and also for a traffic management system. So it's for both of them. It's a traffic command center as well as an incident command center. And so this is part of the signalization project that's citywide, where we're bringing fiber into all the signalized intersections and bringing it back to a command center where they can make decisions, real-time decisions, both from a traffic standpoint as well as a law enforcement standpoint.
Okay, so I remember, and I don't know what it was specifically that was approved, but we were having discussion around this being near the Idaho Center. And I remember approving something. Can you clarify what it was that we approved, that would be able to be controlled manually so that when concerts got out, the traffic could flow? Is that in force and are we using that, or was that just a bid? What was that?
That part, I would defer to Public Works. I'm not a part of that. My part is just the building portion.
I can answer that question. So our traffic management system, it's an intelligent traffic information system, and it's connecting all of our signals. And so this is part of that. Tom, please feel free to chime in or correct me, but this is part of that system because we need the command center to be able to view the signals. So we will be able to actually control the lights out by the Fort Idaho Center, and this is partially funded, that system, and even this project is partially funded through dollars from ITD and Amazon for traffic mitigation, with the intent to be able to mitigate traffic issues out off of Franklin Boulevard and Idaho Center Boulevard, that intersection out there. So go ahead, Tom.
That's correct. Thank you, Mayor.
So do we have the capability to do that now, or is that part of the plan?
We don't have the capability to do it now. All of the signal timing is you have to drive out to the site and manually change it.
Okay. So, sorry, so the funding from that, it's ITD, and you said Amazon, and what were the other sources of funding?
ARPA, there are some ARPA funds included in this as well.
And then, sorry, one more. Doug, on this, does any of this come out of police budget, or do you feel like some should come out of police budget, or do these things cover this cost fine? Like, what are your thoughts?
There's separate cost components between the construction of the building and the operation. Operationally, the cost will be borne from police and traffic. The construction costs, I think, are pretty well supplied by the ITD and the ARPA funds, and I wouldn't want to, would probably cause a little bit of a burden to try and ask police to fund it out of their budget, but that would come from general gov, and we already have the funding in place for it, so I think we're good.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, so let me go back over this bidding process again. So you sent out bids, and how many did you get back? Because it only shows one.
We only received one interested bidder. Again, this is a formal bidding process, which requires us to publicly advertise it in the paper, as well as make it available in all the plan rooms for general contractors in the area. And additionally, as I mentioned, I called a number of general contractors myself just to make sure that it was on the radar. We had 4 attend the pre-bid meeting. And of those 4, we only received the one bid.
I see.
But as I mentioned, the one bid, we go through a process of validating each of our bids to make sure that the licensing is all in place, both their contractor licensing and their public works licensing, and they've met all the criteria. They're within our budget. they're a contractor that's a local contractor. So they've met all the criteria that we typically would look for in a case like this. And while we would love to have received more bids, we really have no control over how many bids we're going to get. It's really up to the contractors. And so this is the type of work that we would hope to have seen some more bids. But like I say, the good news is we have one good bidder, and they meet all the qualifications and meet our budget.
Okay, thank you.
So I guess I have a question, and for me, it's a, Councilman.
Wait for
Hubbard.
your question.
Well, it's a little bit of a dilemma, because I know we do have a councilman, a question concerning moving forward with this, and I think the request to pause and do a little bit of research until the next meeting. And so I think I would like to have us take that into consideration, but Councilman Haverfield.
Can you tell me a little bit about Triple G Construction? I haven't heard of them before.
I'm not familiar with them.
Are they on our preferred list of general contractors?
They are not. We've not worked with them before.
I'm a little concerned, I mean, in a good way, in a sense. Their bid of 352, 458, with the budget being 553, I mean, it's off by $200,000. That's a sizable reduction as far as, normally that would tell me that they missed something, potentially. Have you contacted them to make sure that they are okay with the bid?
Yep, we've checked all those boxes to make sure that everything was covered. We have looked around just a little bit, not having heard of this contractor before. They're doing some sizable work in Boise. They're a Boise contractor that is trying to get into this side of the valley a little bit more, I think. But they're doing a lot of work out at the airport, some pretty significant projects.
At our airport or at Boise's?
Boise Airport.
So have you talked to them as far as level of performance, if it's been positive or not?
We have not.
Okay, thank you. I would concur, I have a little bit of a concern about the potential being off so far. Either we have estimators that are giving us bogus numbers, but in today's bidding market, we wouldn't normally see a $200,000 less of an amount. We would see something either at or above what our projections are.
Not that we want to spend more,
No.
but I think it's a concern. So, legal. Todd, did you have a comment?
Just to, I mean, Mayor and Council, you have the ability to, in this case, reject the bids, but this is just a straight bid, the way it was approached. It's not about the individual contractor that submitted. If they've met the licensing requirements and the approach you took, then that's the bid that you have. There's different ways to pursue a bid, but the way we've pursued it at this point, it's either reject them all and rebid it, or accept and move forward.
Okay. So, Councilman Reynolds?
Madam Mayor, I would make a motion that we reject all bids and rebid this project.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that we reject the bid and rebid.
Question?
Yes?
Brian, were the other three that were at the pre-bid walkthrough, were they on our preferred list?
We don't per se have a preferred list for general contractors.
We don't?
No.
Only design professionals?
Just design professionals.
Thank you for that. All right, thanks.
Is there any further discussion or questions?
So, Brian, so what was the difference with this money? Why did they have different amounts?
Different
An
amounts for
additional
what?
56,000.
For what?
It says with an additional, yeah,
Yeah,
56,048. and then-
The way we bid this is we have a base bid, and then we had an alternate that if our base bid was low enough, we could choose to accept the alternate. And in this case, we just had the one alternate, and we had room in our bid to go ahead and take that, which is just a door change to some of the meeting rooms, so we can put sliding glass doors in instead of some of the other style of doors that were the original basis of design.
So that was after the bid came in?
No, that's with the bid.
Okay.
I guess my concern is we have a local contractor here that we've gone through a legal process with. They've ticked all the boxes. There's really nothing we can fault them for. And I feel like we're punishing them, for having a low bid.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
I just have a comment, Brian. It's not punishing a contractor to reject a single bid. We do it all the time at the state level. If we get one bid and we're concerned about that, we just reject them and start over. It's not a known process at all. And all it is securing the city's interest or the owner's interest and making sure that they're getting what they pay for. And we're not questioning his qualification at all. We're just saying we would like to see another number on it. And it's common. I see it all the time. And multi-million-dollar projects. We had one we just recently rejected from the state, $220 million. And it was within about 3% of the budget, but there was only bidder, and so we chose to start over again.
So Mayor, if I may, Councilman Reynolds.
I'd like to pause and
Okay.
give legal an opportunity
I'm
to
sorry.
comment.
I didn't know he was ready to go.
Yes, he is.
Okay,
Yes,
Mayor.
thank you.
So as was mentioned, we're not talking about qualifications. You're just essentially looking for a more robust, perhaps, response from a broader spectrum. But this decision doesn't have anything to do with the specific applicant, so to speak.
Correct. Thank you for the clarification. I think that's important.
So my question for Councilman Reynolds, so you would tell this bidder the reason we are not accepting their bid is because they were the only bidder? Or what's the rationale?
Correct. We just received one bid only as the city, and we would like to see other numbers, so we're going to rebid the project.
And with the comment that we would encourage you to be one of those bidders.
Absolutely.
I guess my concern is that when we have a low bid like this, yes, there is, well, did they miss something? But I hate to give up and change the time, so.
Anyone with a public works license that's bonded, can bond for that capacity, they're welcome to bid on the project.
And so what would be your process for receiving more bids?
So I would, as an owner or an owner's rep, and I have it happen to me all the time, they will call the day before the bid and sometimes on bid day and say, hey, are you going to submit a number? And I'm like, oh, yeah, I forgot about that. It happens a lot. We do it a lot with subcontractors to make sure we get coverage of our bids, because a lot of times I can't submit with one number, I have to submit with three. And so we do that all the time. It's common. I get it from general contractors all the time. They're constantly calling, you're gonna give us a number, give us a number. And whether it's public works or not, and they're all listed, so.
Okay, so Mayor, if I may, so Brian, it sounds like this is going to go for another bid. I'm kind of torn myself personally on this, but so you or whoever will be quite assertive in there as far as making more contacts and.
We'll try like we always do, and you just don't know if you're going to get people interested in a job or not. And so it's kind of hit and miss. We thought we'd have more on this one, and with the type of exposure we had on this and the type of outreach that we had on it, we were really surprised that we only had 4 in attendance, and even more surprised that we only had one bid.
Okay.
Okay. If no further discussion, I'm going to roll call.
Rodriguez.
What's the motion again to
To reject this bid
Reject.
and to open it up and go for rebid.
Got a torn on this one too. I'm going to say no.
Brunner.
Hesnant, yes.
Chingula.
Torn on this one too. I'm gonna say no.
Bauer.
Yes.
Everfield. Reynolds.
Yes.
4 in favor, 2 opposed,
I should
motion
have said no, just to know what the mayor would have done on this one. Take it back.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now we're going to go back up to number 1 on the agenda, and we'll go straight down. I just wanted to allow Brian to get to go home and not wait. So 7.1 is an action item, and there wasn't anything in the packet This is to approve an allocation of the remaining Blue Cross of Idaho Foundation grant funds in the amount of $14,000 to be used towards the Remember Our Children initiative to provide public education toward pedestrian safety and driver awareness. So this is the, Victor, would you like to speak to it?
Yeah, if
Because
you
you've
don't
worked
mind.
so hard on it, please.
Yes, thank you. We had, you remember, we had the two ladies, Chrissy and Kelly Rich from Nampa High, that she wanted to put Cayenne's Corner. Remember, her mother was here. And so we decided, after we talked to her and the mayor and Amy, that we would do this a citywide operation or a citywide project to remember our children by a statue and if it needed to be landscaping. All that would be funded by private funding. Chrissy and Kelly are going to be doing that for us. When we decided to do this, it was broadened by Jackson Food Store said, from the corporate office, and the owner said that he wanted to be a part of this, so did his stores. And they would do and help with our project. So I think is that we're going to go citywide and probably Treasure Valley-wide, that the mayor make a video of children walking the streets, of motorists almost hitting them, or the safety of our children walking to school and back was very important. We did somewhat of a survey and with some of the community members, they all said, go for it. Our children are more important than not doing it. So this is where the money comes from as far as this video only. It's not going to cover the cost of statues or landscaping, such as Midland and Roosevelt. That's where the first one's going to be. So it's pretty exciting. It's going to be really good for us to show the support we have from our community that wants us to continue this project. So thank you, Mayor. This is a good idea, and I hope you'll agree with it.
So, and just to mention that the Blue Cross of Idaho Foundation, I participated in a community, it was a statewide, there are a few cities across the state that joined really an educational process. We had several meetings, and we received a $20,000 grant at that time. Candidly, I think there's more than 14, but we would just be allocating 14 of it. The intent for those funds was safe routes to school. As we have worked now for over 2 years trying to identify how to apply these funds for safe routes to school, all the projects were so massive, this wasn't even a drop in the bucket. When this project surfaced, this is not just about Cayenne and that corner at all. This is about creating a program called Remember Our Children, and it's used to educate the public about pedestrian safety for our kids. So the videos that will be produced, and there'll be a couple different options that are produced. There'll be PSAs that you're going to hear hopefully on the radio. You'll see them advertised with these video clips just to really push out to our community to remember our kids and watch out for our kids. And I felt like as I heard it, it was in keeping with the safe routes to school, the pedestrian safety that I had intended and communicated that we wanted to do. We just hadn't spent the dollars and really found the program. And as I listened, I thought this is a worthy program to increase pedestrian safety for our kids.
So Mayor, is there anything as far as in respect and memorializing Cayenne, is there going to be any type of permanent type, I guess, rather than what we're seeing? Because it's really not, in my personal opinion, not really honoring her with what we're seeing at that corner anymore.
And Victor's been a part of these discussions, but yes, but I think the clarity is they have found private funding for that. They're going to find a beautiful statue that may become somewhat of the logo on the program. If they can find the right thing, but that there will be something, but it won't be funded with these dollars. But it'll be funded privately. I think we've got a company that's looking to do
I have a
that.
company that's willing to give $5,000 plus Jackson Food Stores. And so one example would be a little statue with a little girl holding a butterfly and a bench there. So we don't want it to be so big with takes everything over, maybe 3 feet, maybe tall. But that's at that corner. We don't know whether we want to, depending on funds, that we will go to St. Luke's, St. Al's, or anywhere else. That when you come into the city, you're going to have a statue saying, "Remember our children." So, but that would be funded privately. That'd have no taxpayer money. Right. It's a beautiful project.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
We're sitting over here on the right side, or the left side of the council, waiting for the right side to do something, so make a motion.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, good.
All right,
And then we
sir.
can go home.
Okay,
Okay,
I will
so
make-
please do. So Victor, it's up to you. You would move that we approve?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
100%.
The allocation of $14,000 from the Blue Cross Foundation.
Yes, ma'am.
For
I'll-
Remember Our Children.
Second that.
Second that.
It's been moved and seconded.
You wanted an endorsement, did you?
One thing I forgot to mention,
And
the police department is involved in this project. Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
with
Right,
that, roll call.
Brunner,
Yes.
Reynolds,
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Bauer. Chingula.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Victor, thank you.
You're welcome, Mayor. That was pretty nice. Thank you.
Okay, 7.3. Action item, authorize the traffic division to install signs for 4 senior citizen designated parking spaces, 2 spaces in the downtown parking garage and 2 spaces on 12th Avenue in the amount of, it's only $325. This is not a financial issue, it's the principal issue. Crystal, thank you for waiting and being here tonight and coming forward.
I mean, I'm going to make the motion so move. I know there's a decision on that one sign, but, right?
We don't need a decision on the sign.
Oh, you don't need a decision? It's already made?
Just on the designating 4 senior
Okay,
citizens. parking
so move. I
spaces.
mean, this came before NDC also, and so at least Randy and I have heard this. So anyway, I'll make the motion in favor.
Madam Mayor, I would second that as long as one of the signs has Darrell's picture and name on it.
I have a
Mayor Klein?
question.
Yes. So we've got, I'm sorry,
You have a motion and a second.
and then we have a
Discussion.
Councilman Rodriguez and then Councilman Haverfield. So we have 2.
You can go or I can go.
Okay, so we have, yeah.
Okay, you go. You go.
So, okay.
I was just curious why we would put signs up if they're non-enforceable. So I understand, I love our senior citizens, I want them to have, safe parking, but if it's non-enforceable, then why would we put it here, I guess, and spend money on it?
Yeah, Councilwoman Jingula, that's a great question. So while they're not enforceable, people generally still follow that rule. So it does encourage the senior citizens that don't have the ADA placards, but maybe have the mobility issues, to utilize those stalls and still use our public facilities.
Okay, and then also, this is in the Urban Renewal District, correct? So is this something that NDC could fund rather than streets fund?
We did not pose that question. We said that we would fund it internally at $300. We can just take it from operationally, but the NDC did ultimately vote for it.
Okay, I'm just curious, because we had a meeting with them not super long ago, and we talked about having extra funds with NDC, so I was just wondering why, if they have the funds, maybe this could be something they could fund rather than it come from the city funds.
Since it's such a small dollar amount, I think is what the thought was.
Yeah.
I was just curious.
Okay,
We
so
just
have-
didn't ask.
Thank you. Councilman Haverfield?
Mayor, we did review this at the NDC level. My concern is the number, being an architect, being involved in land planning, the number of ADA spaces required in a parking lot is 1 space for every 25 parking spaces. And then you have now veteran parking spaces. You have as well pregnant mothers parking spaces. And again, I'm just wondering, can we double up these with ADA spaces so that we're not giving away? I mean, I go into a parking lot and there are very few spaces left for just the normal driver near the front. I mean, so you walk for a ways, which isn't bad. We need that exercise. But I'm just, how many? 2 would be enough for me. 4 seems a little excessive with the number of ADA spaces that are already there. Or if we could have 2 that are veteran only, boy, I'd support that with 2 elderly. But I'm just wondering, when does it stop and who's next?
Councilman Haverfield, that can be a legitimate concern. We can't double up with the senior citizen and the ADA just because the ADAs are enforceable, so you can get ticketed. However, we could technically do senior citizen, expecting mothers and veterans all on one designated stall.
Okay, and who chose 4?
We did an analysis of how many parking stalls we had, as well as like the number of people that we are using the library, and so we felt 4 was a balance, so 2 in the parking garage and 2 on street.
So the 2 on the street, are they near a ramp so that a person that's semi-ambulatory or challenged have a way to get up onto the sidewalk surface from those spaces?
Yes, they are.
Any further discussion? We do have a motion to move forward and a second.
Did
Is
the
there-
motion
yes?
include Darrell's face on one of the pictures?
Not exactly.
Oh, it didn't? Oh, I thought I heard that.
Mayor, I don't hate this idea. I would rather NDC pick up the tab. I know it's a small amount. It's just kind of like the principle of it, in my opinion. I just think it would fall more under them than it would the city. So I guess if my vote changes that, then I guess NDC has the opportunity to pick up the tab. That's where I'm at.
Okay, thank you. And with that, roll call.
Rodriguez.
I agree with Councilman Jangula. I'll be voting no.
Jingula.
No.
Haverfield.
This could be interesting. I'm going to vote no.
Bauer. Reynolds.
Yes.
Brunner.
Of course, yes.
Oh, my God.
Madam Mayor, it's a tie.
I know how the mayor's going on this one, so.
How do you think I'm going?
You're gonna go yes on
I
this
am.
one.
I am going to go yes, and you're absolutely correct. And if I need to pay for it, I will. So I do support us moving forward. In the future, the nice thing is that, and the motion passed, correct? So in the future, we could, if it's not utilized, we can change our mind at that time and say, maybe we add veterans to the side. Maybe we add, mothers with little children, right, to the side.
Well, you
So
get in
I-
trouble there. You have dads with little children.
Oh, the true, yeah. But however that works, we have the option as we move forward to actually adjust based on usage. So with that, I'm a yes.
Mayor, just for Natalie's purpose or understanding, we're willing to sell the library and the parking structure to the city for $1.
Oh, my gosh.
Anytime you want it,
No, thank you.
$1. And you can own it.
So motion passes, and the next one is yours also, so you might as well stand there. So action item 7.4 is to authorize the city engineer to change the speed limit sign on North, is it Pilatus? Is that how you say it? Pilatus Lane and East Cessna Way from 20 miles per hour to 30 miles per hour. And I know there could have been a question on this regarding Mission Aviation Fellowship and their support of this. So could you speak to that?
Absolutely. So currently, Pilatus and Cessna are not signed. So technically, according to our city code, it's 20 miles per hour. So we are recommending putting up a 30 mile per hour speed limit sign. We did do a speed study. The 85th percentile is 31 miles per hour, so it aligns very well. We also reached out to Mission Aviation. They're very, very supportive of the signs as well as the upgrades that they're going to do to their crosswalk in order to improve safety between their two buildings.
Okay. So you feel that that's a safe speed? It seems fast for a little short road.
Yeah.
But, okay,
Mayor Kling.
yes.
There is parking in front of the terminal building. I mean, across the street from their actual offices, there is a hangar facility that has head-in parking. So those parking spaces would be backing out onto North Pilatus Way. It doesn't make sense to me that we would allow a 30-mile-an-hour zone with cars that would be backing out from it being in front of that building. So I have a question to that. It concerns me a little bit. So you can speak to that at all?
Yeah, Councilman Haverfield, when we did the speed study, we also looked at the traffic volumes, and I don't have them off the top of my head, but I was hoping Daniel was going to pull them up while I was talking. But the speed study did show people in excess of 50 miles per hour, so those are really the ones that we're targeting. You have something to add?
Mayor, Councilman Haverfield, we're looking at like 182 vehicles per day. So the volumes there, we looked at the accident history and there is none. And looking at it, we did not have a concern that there was enough volume there to warrant a lower
So Mission Aviation Fellowship doesn't have a concern about people crossing over to the
Correct.
hangar facility from the main corporate
Crystal
office?
has coordinated with them, and they are happy with the increased signage that we'll work with them on and the changes they will do to the actual striping in conjunction with this.
We can always reduce the speed later on if there's an accident. Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I know Councilman Haverfield's concerned about people flying down this road, but I would make a motion to approve this.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Roll call.
Brunner,
Yes, maybe you can put Haverfield's face on that 30-minute, okay.
Jangula,
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Bauer. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Reynolds.
Vote for me.
Yes, I think he did. Haverfield.
Well, now, is there a tie? No. I'll vote yes, if that's what they want.
All in favor, motion carries.
Thank you, Crystal.
Thanks, Crystal.
Thanks.
7.6 is an action item. This is to adopt a resolution declaring the city's intent to execute the Idaho Department of Environmental Quality Loan Agreement as amended for $105 million and authorizing the mayor to sign the amendment, number 3 of the wastewater loan offer agreement. Do we have any
So moved.
questions? Okay.
Second.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded and thirded.
Yeah.
Is there any discussion?
Come forward.
Roll call.
Brunner,
Yes.
Jangula,
Yes.
Haverfield. Bauer. Reynolds,
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Item 7.7 is an action item. This is to authorize the mayor and public works director to sign a task order with Advanced Control Systems LLC for the Napa Waterworks cellular communication upgrade to the SCADA software system in the amount of $84,978, time and material not to exceed, and this is approved in the FY '23
So
budget.
move.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Jangula.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Bauer.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Brunner.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
7.8 is an action item to authorize the mayor and public works director to sign a purchase order for 74 additional water meters with Core and Main not to exceed the approved fiscal year 2023 water division budget of $57,366.40, and it is approved in the FY '23 budget.
So move, and this is, we're done then, right?
Uh-huh. Well,
Amen.
except for replacements or whatever, but
But we're
yes.
done with real, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Hallelujah. Okay.
Yes.
Are these the Badger units?
I motion, I don't know if there's a second. Did you hear a
Was there a
second?
second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded.
So are these the Badger units? Okay.
Oh, roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Jangula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Bauer.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Brunner.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
We now move to unfinished business, and 9.1 is an action item, and this is the first reading of ordinance and approval of publication of ordinance summary for the Napa City Code text amendment change to Title 5, Chapter 2, 3, 7, and a number of them. Title 10, excuse me, and I'll let you go from there.
Under suspension.
And it is requested under
Thank
suspension
you.
of rules. Thank you.
An ordinance of the City of Napa, Idaho, amending Title 5 and Title 10 of the Napa City Code. This ordinance amends Title 5, Chapter 2, Tree Service, and Title 10, Chapter 3, Establishment of Districts and Provisions for Non-Conforming Uses, Chapter 6, HE, Agricultural District Zone, Chapter 7, RA, Suburban Residential District Zone, Chapter 8, RS, Single Family Residential Zone, Chapter 10, RD, Two-Family Duplex Residential District Zone, Chapter 11, RML, Limited Multiple Family Residential District Zone, Chapter 12, RMH, Multiple Family Residential District Zone, Chapter 13, RP Residential Professional District Zone, Chapter 22, off-street parking and loading. Chapter 26, planned unit developments and master planned communities. Chapter 27, subdivisions, and Chapter 33, landscaping and corridor beautification. This ordinance repeals and replaces the text in Title 10, Chapter 31, airport zoning, and replaces it with specific area plans, providing for severability, providing for a savings clause, allowing for a summary of the ordinance to be published, providing for an effective date, and repealing all ordinances, rules, and regulations and parts thereof in conflict herewith.
It is requested to pass under suspension of rules.
So moved, under suspension of rules.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Jingula?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
9.2 was actually removed from the agenda. 9.3 is an action item. This is the first reading of ordinance and approval of publication of ordinance summary for the Napa City Code text amendment to change Title 10, Planning and Zoning, Chapter 34, Design Review, and adopt the associated design review guideline documents. And it is requested to pass under suspension of rules.
An ordinance of the City of Napa, Idaho, amending Title 10 of the Napa City Code. This ordinance amends Title 10, Chapter 34 regarding purpose, applicability, committee review procedure, administrative procedure, application requirements, design standard requirements, providing for severability, providing for a savings clause, allowing for a summary of this ordinance to be published, providing for an effective date, and repealing all ordinances, rules, and regulations and parts thereof in conflict herewith.
So moved under suspension of rules.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Jingula?
Yes.
Reynolds? Bauer? Haverfield?
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
9.4 is an action item. This is the first reading of ordinance of the City of Nampa confirming the assessment role for the local improvement district, number 160. And it is requested to pass under suspension of rules.
An ordinance of the City of Napa, Idaho, confirming the assessment role for local improvement district number 160.
So moved.
Thank you.
There you go. under
Natalie?
We were
suspension of
waiting
rules.
for more.
Under suspension of
Under
rules.
Under suspension of rules.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Reynolds? Haverfield?
Yes.
Bauer? Brunner?
Yes.
Jingula?
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
That concludes our regular business items this evening, but I would stand for a motion to adjourn into executive session pursuant to Idaho Code 742061A to consider hiring a public officer, employee, staff member, or individual agent wherein the respective qualities of the individuals are to be evaluated in order to fill a particular vacancy or need.
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Oh, excuse
no,
me.
no.
Roll call. Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Jingula?
Yes.
Bauer? Reynolds?